Hello to everyone. Hold on tight, because the story I'm bringing you today is a true emotional roller coaster. If you're new here, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and leave a huge like on this video. You won't want to miss the incredible ending of this story about a lost love and unexpected fatherhood. And of course, leave your comments below with your thoughts as we go. The airport encounter that changed everything. Imagine the scene. You're walking through a crowded airport, minding your own business, when you suddenly see a face from your past. Not just any face, but that face. The one that still haunts your dreams. And in their arms, a baby. A baby with eyes so strangely familiar, they feel like a punch to the gut. This isn't a movie, folks. This is what happened to Adrian. "Is that your baby?" Adrian blurted out, his voice choked with disbelief. Elena clutched the small bundle to her, and her gaze turned to ice. "It's none of your business," she replied, her words a bitter sting. What we had ended a long time ago, Adrian. The chaos of the Barcelona airport faded into a buzz. There was only him, Elena, and that baby with striking sapphire eyes that were identical to his own. "Elena, please, I just want to talk," Adrian pleaded, taking a hesitant step. "There's nothing to talk about. Goodbye." Adrian Thorne, 35 years old, had closed multi-million-dollar deals without flinching. But watching Elena Cruz disappear into the tide of people, a baby in her arms, he felt the ground crumble beneath his feet. He had just returned to London after closing a massive contract in Tokyo. His sustainable tech company, Eco Future Solutions, was booming. Yet his personal life had been a desolate wasteland since Elena left 1 year, 2 months, and 18 days ago. As he collected his luggage, his mind replayed their last night together. The harsh words, the shouting, the tears. "I'm not ready for a family," he had said. Or at least, that's what she had understood. The taxi ride to his penthouse in Kensington was a blur. The baby? How old would he be? 6, maybe 7 months? The dates swirled in his head like a crazed roulette wheel. The moment he stepped into his apartment, his phone buzzed. It was his mother, Clara. "Son, are you home? How was the trip?" "Fine, Mom," he mumbled, dropping his suitcase. "Everything's fine." "You sound strange, Adrian. What happened?" Adrian hesitated. His mother always had a sixth sense. "I saw Elena at the airport." The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. "Was she with the baby?" Clara finally asked. Adrian's heart hammered. "You knew she had a son?" "I saw her a few months ago at Dr. Davies' clinic. She was taking a baby for a checkup. She didn't see me. But Clara paused. "Son, that child has your eyes, just like your grandfather, Thomas." Adrian sank onto the couch, feeling his world tilt on its axis. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to cause you pain if I was wrong." After hanging up, Adrian spent a sleepless night, looking through old photos of his childhood. The same blue eyes he had seen today, staring back at him from Elena's arms, confirmed the truth. The next morning, determined but with dark circles under his eyes, he called Isabella Jenkins, Elena's best friend and a renowned pediatrician. "Adrian, what a surprise." Isabella's voice was cautious. "How can I help you? I need you to be honest with me. Elena's son, is he mine? I can't discuss my patients, you know that." "Isabella, please, I have a right to know if I have a son." A long sigh preceded her answer. "It's not my place to tell you. Talk to Elena. I tried yesterday. She wouldn't listen. Give her time. She's been through a lot. Alone." The word alone pierced his chest like a dagger. Elena had faced a pregnancy and raised a baby completely by herself while he was expanding his business empire across Asia. His next call was to David Evans, his lawyer and college friend. "What are my rights if it turns out I have a son I didn't know about?" David listened patiently as Adrian recounted the airport encounter. "Legally, you could petition for a paternity test, And, if it's positive, claim your paternal rights. But Adrian, I recommend you try to resolve this amicably first. Custody battles are hard on everyone, especially the child. Adrian thanked him and decided he needed to see Elena's father, Mr. Robert Cruz, who had always treated him like a son. That very afternoon, he showed up at the Cruz family home in Chelsea. The garden was as impeccable as he remembered. Mr. Cruz opened the door, his expression moving from surprise to recognition, and finally, to a mix of sadness and resignation. "Adrian," the older man said, "I suppose this day had to come. Mr. Cruz, I need to know the truth. Am I the father of Elena's son?" The older man invited him in. In the living room, above the fireplace, there was a recent photo of Elena holding the baby, both smiling at the camera. "You see, Adrian, Elena found out she was pregnant 3 weeks after your breakup," Mr. Cruz confessed. "She decided not to tell you because she was convinced your career was more important to you than starting a family." Mr. Cruz's words confirmed his suspicions, but instead of feeling relief, Adrian felt an abyss open up before him. He had a son he didn't know, who didn't know him, and whose existence had been hidden from him. "His name is Leo," Mr. Cruz added, as if reading his thoughts. "Leo Adrian Cruz." The name resonated in Adrian's mind infinitely. Leo Adrian. She had named him after him, despite everything. "Why, Mr. Cruz? Why didn't you tell me?" Adrian asked, his voice breaking. The older man sighed deeply before answering. "That last conversation you two had, Elena heard you say a child would ruin your plans, that you weren't ready to be a father." Adrian shook his head, frustrated. "That's not what I said. I told her I wanted to be prepared, that I was afraid of being like my father, who abandoned us. I wanted to offer stability, not reject the idea of a family." Mr. Cruz placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sometimes misunderstandings cause more damage than lies, son. What do you think was the biggest misunderstanding here? Share your theories in the comments. A mother's struggle and a father's fight." Meanwhile, in a small but bright architectural studio in the Shoreditch neighborhood, Elena was working on the plans for an ecological home while Leo slept in his carrier. Her phone vibrated, interrupting her concentration. "How are you?" asked the voice of Julia, her younger sister. "Fine, just busy," Elena replied, without stopping her drawing. "You saw him, didn't you? Dad told me Adrian is back." Elena put the pencil down. "I ran into him at the airport. It wasn't pleasant. And no, I haven't told him anything about Leo. I'm not going to." Julia was silent for a moment. "Elena, you know I support you in everything, but he has a right to know. And Leo has a right to know his father, don't you think?" Elena's voice rose. "After he told me a child would ruin his plans? After he chose his precious company over us? Are you sure that's exactly what he said?" The question hung in the air as Leo began to stir. Elena cut the call, promising to talk later. The next day, Adrian showed up at the pediatric clinic where Isabella worked. He waited patiently until her shift was over. "Are you crossing a line, Adrian?" Isabella said, when she saw him in the empty waiting room. "I need answers, Isabella. I've spoken to Mr. Cruz. I know Leo is my son." Isabella closed her eyes for a moment, as if weighing her options. "I can't violate medical privacy, but as a friend..." She paused. Leo was born on October 20th. It was a difficult birth. Elena was alone, except for Julia and her father. "My God," Adrian murmured. "Why didn't she contact me?" "Are you serious? You were in Singapore, closing the deal of your life, according to every business magazine." Isabella's words were a punch to the gut. While he was celebrating his professional success, Elena had faced the birth of their son alone. "What's he like?" Adrian asked, with a vulnerability that surprised Isabella. "He's an incredible boy. He has your eyes, your smile. He's calm, observant. And Elena is an extraordinary mother, despite how hard everything has been." Adrian nodded, trying to imagine his son, trying to reclaim the lost months with snippets of information. "What are you going to do?" Isabella asked. "Talk to her. Make her understand that I want to be a part of Leo's life, that I have a right to it. Be careful how you approach her, Adrian. Elena has built a wall around herself since she found out about the pregnancy. It won't be easy to tear it down." That same afternoon, Adrian contacted David again. He told him about his conversation with Mr. Cruz and asked for legal advice. "You could file for a paternity test and demand visitation rights," David explained. "But I advise you to try a less aggressive route first." "I don't want to take anything away from Elena," Adrian clarified. "I just want to know my son, to be a part of his life. Then show her. Actions are worth more than legal threats." Adrian reflected on those words as he drove back to his apartment. On the way, he passed a baby store. Without a second thought, he parked and went in. An hour later, he came out with bags full of clothes, toys, and books for Leo. He didn't know when he could give them to him, but he needed to do something, anything, that would bring him closer to the reality of being a father. Meanwhile, Elena was having dinner with Julia in her small apartment. Leo was already asleep in his crib. "Adrian went to see Dad," Julia commented, watching her sister's reaction. Elena put her fork down. "And what did he say?" "The truth. That Leo is his son." "He had no right," Elena murmured. "Elena, this was going to happen sooner or later. London isn't that big. You could have moved to Manchester, to Edinburgh, and run away your whole life. What would you tell Leo when he asks about his father?" Elena didn't answer immediately. She had had this conversation 1,000 times in her head. She would tell him the truth, that his father chose his career over his family. "Are you sure that's fair, or even true?" That night, after Julia left, Elena took a box she kept under her bed. Inside were magazine clippings with news about Adrian and his successful company. The visionary behind EcoFuture, Adrian Thorne, revolutionizes sustainable technology in the UK. There were photos of him at galas, at conferences, always impeccable, always smiling. There was also a sonogram, Leo's first, which she never dared to share with him, and a letter she had written but never sent, telling him about the pregnancy. The sound of her phone startled her. A message from a number she knew by heart, even though she had deleted it months ago. "Elena, I know the truth about Leo. I'm not looking for a confrontation. I just want to meet my son. Please, let's talk, Adrian." With trembling hands, Elena turned off her phone without replying. She knew this conversation was inevitable, but she wasn't ready. Not yet. What she didn't know was that Adrian had already made a decision. Tomorrow, he would go to her studio. He couldn't wait any longer to face the truth face to face. Confrontation and crisis. The morning dawned gray over London. Adrian arrived early at the small building where Elena had her architectural studio. He waited in his car, mentally rehearsing what he would say. How would he stay calm when his whole being was a whirlwind of emotions? At 9 o'clock, he saw her arrive. She didn't have Leo with her. For a moment, he felt disappointed, but then he understood that it was better that way. This conversation would be difficult. He waited 10 more minutes before entering the building. He went up the stairs to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of the door with a discreet sign. Cruz Sustainable Architecture. He took a deep breath and knocked. Elena opened the door and froze when she saw him. "What are you doing here?" "We need to talk," Adrian replied with a firm voice. "And this time, I won't take no for an answer." After a moment of hesitation, Elena stepped aside to let him in. The studio was small but bright, with project models and blueprints covering almost every surface. "You have 5 minutes," she said, crossing her arms. Adrian looked her straight in the eye and asked what he had come to ask. "Is he my son?" Silence stretched between them like an abyss. The seconds felt like hours as Adrian waited, holding his breath. Finally, Elena nodded slowly. Yes, Leo is your son, but we don't need your money or your pity. The confirmation, though expected, hit him hard. He was a father. He had a flesh and blood son, not just a suspicion or a possibility. This isn't about money, Elena, he replied, trying to control the tremor in his voice. This is about my right to know my son and his right to have a father. Now you talk about rights? Elena let out a bitter laugh. Where were those rights when you told me a child would ruin your plans? I never said that. Adrian took a step toward her. I said I wanted to wait, to be prepared. I was afraid of failing as a father, as mine failed. Your exact words were, "A child now would destroy everything I've built," Elena retorted, her eyes shining with unshed tears. No. What I said is that I needed to consolidate the company so I could offer you stability, so I wouldn't have to be constantly traveling and absent. Adrian ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Elena, I grew up with a father who was never there, who prioritized his work over his family until he finally abandoned us. My biggest fear has always been to repeat that pattern. Elena looked at him with mistrust, but something in her eyes had changed. A crack in the wall. You've had 6 months to get to know your son, Adrian. 6 months that no one is going to give me back, he continued. His first smile, his first words, moments I lost because you decided for me, for us. You were in Tokyo when he was born, she replied, her voice softer. And then in Singapore, and then in Dubai. Far away, always far away. Because I didn't know I had a reason to stay. Elena's phone rang, interrupting the moment. Her expression instantly changed when she saw the screen. What's wrong, Julia? She answered urgently. Adrian watched as the color drained from Elena's face as she listened to her sister. I'm on my way, she finally said, ending the call. I have to go. Leo is sick. He has a very high fever. Without thinking, Adrian grabbed his keys. I'll drive you. My car is downstairs, and we'll get there faster. Elena hesitated for only a second before nodding, grabbing her purse, and hurrying out of the studio. A scare and a first embrace. The ride to Elena's apartment was tense and silent. Adrian drove, focused, casting her occasional glances of concern. When they arrived, Julia was waiting for them at the building entrance with a visibly feverish Leo in her arms. The little boy's cheeks were flushed, and he was breathing rapidly. The fever won't go down, Julia explained, distraught. I already gave him the medicine Isabella recommended, but he's still burning up. Adrian, instinctively, moved closer, and, to everyone's surprise, even his own, reached his arms out for the baby. Let me see him, he asked. Julia looked at Elena, who, after a moment of hesitation, nodded slightly. Julia handed Leo to Adrian, who held him with surprising naturalness. It was the first time he had held his son in his arms. Despite the situation, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Leo looked at him with eyes glassy from the fever, those blue eyes identical to his own. We have to take him to the hospital, Adrian decided. This fever is too high. Elena didn't argue. The four of them got into Adrian's car and headed to the nearest children's hospital. In the emergency room, while they waited for the test results, Adrian and Elena sat next to each other, both staring at Leo, who had finally fallen asleep after receiving IV medication. He has an ear infection, the doctor explained when he returned. He'll need antibiotics, but he'll be fine. The fever should go down in the next few hours. The relief was visible in both of them. When the doctor left, they were alone again, with Leo sleeping between them. He's just like you, Elena murmured, breaking the silence. Everyone says it since he was born. Adrian looked at his son's face, trying to recognize himself in those little features. He has your nose, he said finally with a half smile. And your stubbornness, probably. Elena couldn't help but smile slightly. That's from both of us. After a moment of silence, Adrian spoke again, this time in a serious tone. The day we broke up. I didn't say I didn't want kids, Elena. I said I wanted to be prepared to be a better father than mine. My greatest fear has always been failing my family." He paused, swallowing. "But if you had known, if you had given me the chance to know, I would have been there, Elena. For every sonogram, every kick, the birth, for everything." Elena looked at him. She really looked at him for the first time since their reunion. "I saw you in the news, always traveling, always succeeding," she murmured. "I thought I was doing the right thing by not tying you down to us." "It wouldn't have been tying me down, Elena. It would have been setting me free." Leo stirred in his sleep, and they both, instinctively, reached out a hand to soothe him. Their fingers brushed over the baby's small forehead, and for an instant, neither of them pulled away. "What do you think was the turning point in Elena's heart? Tell me your theories in the comments." Rebuilding bridges. The following days were a whirlwind of changes. After the hospital scare, Elena reluctantly agreed to let Adrian visit Leo. At first, she insisted that the visits be supervised and in her apartment. 3 times a week, 2 hours each time, she had proposed, like someone negotiating a contract. 5 times, 3 hours, Adrian countered. They ended up agreeing on 4 visits a week of 2.5 hours, a compromise that neither of them found ideal, but both could accept. The first official visit was on a Tuesday afternoon. Adrian arrived punctually, with a teddy bear almost as big as Leo. "Are you serious?" Elena asked when she opened the door. "Couldn't you have started with something smaller?" Adrian shrugged, smiling. "I have 6 months to make up for." Leo, now recovered from his infection, watched the stranger from his mother's arms, with curiosity, but no fear. When Adrian offered him the bear, the baby immediately took it, fascinated by its softness. "He likes it," Adrian said, with a hint of pride in his voice. Elena rolled her eyes, but couldn't help a small smile. "At this age, he likes everything he can bite." The first visits were awkward. Elena always stayed in the same room, watchful, while Adrian awkwardly tried to connect with his son. He changed diapers with the concentration of someone defusing a bomb, prepared bottles following instructions to the letter, and read children's stories with exaggerated voices that made Leo laugh. One afternoon, as Adrian played with Leo on the rug, Elena watched him from the couch. The baby had recently started crawling and moved with surprising speed. "He's very agile for his age," Adrian commented. "Isabella says he might start walking soon," Elena replied. "He's very advanced for everything, like his mother," Adrian said. And for the first time since their reunion, the comment didn't sound forced or calculated. It was, simply, a sincere observation. Elena looked at him, surprised. And for a moment she saw the man she had fallen in love with years ago. Over the weeks, Adrian completely reorganized his professional life. He delegated trips to his team, scheduled video conferences instead of in-person meetings, and blocked his visits as unmovable commitments. David, his lawyer, noticed during a meeting. "I've never seen you run out of the office at 5 in the afternoon," he commented with curiosity. "It's my time with Leo," Adrian explained simply. "I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world." "Has he changed you?" David observed. "For the better, I think." Adrian nodded. Leo had changed him. Or maybe he had awakened a part of him that had always been there, waiting. A month after their reunion, Adrian adapted one of the rooms in his penthouse for Leo. He filled it with educational toys, books, and a crib. He helped assemble it himself, to the surprise of his personal assistant. "I want to ask you something," he said to Elena during one of their visits. "I'd like to take Leo to my apartment sometime so he can see his room." Elena's jaw tightened. "I'm not sure, Adrian. He's still very small. You can come too, of course," he hurried to add. "I'm not trying to separate you. I just want him to know that space, that it's also his." After several days of consideration, Elena finally agreed. The first visit to Adrian's apartment was on a Saturday. Elena was impressed by the room he had prepared for Leo, although she tried not to show it. "You've thought of everything," she admitted, running her hand over the smooth wood of the eco-friendly crib. I want to do it right, he replied, while Leo enthusiastically explored his new toys. New beginnings and a home designed with love. Over the following weeks, the tension between them began to gradually decrease. Conversations were no longer strictly limited to Leo. Occasionally, they talked about work, mutual friends, even movies or books. One day, Elena arrived to pick up Leo at Adrian's apartment and found him asleep in his arms while he read him a story. I didn't want to wake him, Adrian whispered. He fell asleep in the part where the elephant finds his family. Elena observed the scene. Her son, perfectly comfortable and safe in his father's arms. And Adrian, holding Leo as if he were the most precious thing in the world. Something stirred within her, an emotion she had tried to keep buried. Want some coffee while we wait for him to wake up? Adrian offered. Elena nodded. And for the first time, they sat together on the terrace of the penthouse, with the London skyline at their feet. And they just talked, like two people who share something important, not like adversaries. When Leo's first birthday approached, the inevitable question of how to celebrate came up. I was thinking of something small at my apartment, Elena commented. Just close family. Adrian nodded, trying to hide his disappointment. Of course, I understand. I can visit him the next day. Elena studied him for a moment before adding, but I guess you're family now too, if you want to come. Adrian's face lit up with a smile. I'd love to, thank you. The birthday came. Elena's small apartment was decorated with balloons and streamers. Mr. Cruz, Julia, Isabella, and a few close friends filled the space. Clara, Adrian's mother, had also been invited. To the surprise of many, when Leo saw Adrian come in with a brightly wrapped package, he quickly crawled toward him, extending his small arms to be picked up. "Dada!" the little one exclaimed, pronouncing his first clear word directed at Adrian. The room fell silent. Adrian felt something break and rebuild at the same time inside him. With trembling hands, he picked up his son. "Yes, Leo," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "I'm Dada." When he looked at Elena, he saw tears in her eyes. They weren't tears of resentment or sadness. They were tears of recognition, of acceptance. That night, while he helped Elena clean up after everyone had left, Adrian finally dared to ask her what he had been thinking about for weeks. "Why did you give him my name as his middle name?" Elena stopped and looked at him directly. "Because I never wanted him to forget where he came from," she answered with sincerity. "Despite everything, I always wanted him to know who his father was." In that moment, with Leo sleeping peacefully in his crib, surrounded by his first birthday gifts, Adrian knew they were taking the first steps towards something he never thought possible: being a family. Whatever form it took, a new partnership, a deeper bond. 3 months after Leo's first birthday, Elena received an unexpected call from Adrian. "I have a proposal for you," he said without preamble. "Professional, I mean." "I'm listening," she replied. Intrigued. "EcoFuture is planning to build a new headquarters. I want it to be a completely sustainable building, a model for the future. And I want you to design it." Elena almost dropped the phone. "Are you serious? That's a huge project, Adrian. There are much larger architectural firms than mine that would kill for that opportunity. None have your vision or your commitment to sustainability," he replied. "Besides, I've seen your work. You're brilliant, Elena." She was silent, processing the offer. "I don't need an answer now," Adrian continued. "Think about it. The project is yours if you want it." That night, while Leo slept, Elena reviewed EcoFuture's project portfolio. The new headquarters would be the company's most ambitious project to date. An office complex, labs, and community spaces that sought to redefine corporate architecture in the UK. The next morning, she called Adrian. "I accept, but with one condition. What is it? We'll work on the project together. You understand your company's vision better than anyone, and I can translate it into functional and sustainable spaces. It will be a collaboration. There was a pause on the other end of the line. That sounds perfect, Adrian finally replied, and Elena could hear the smile in his voice. They set up a joint workspace in a small studio that Adrian rented near the Eco-Future offices. 2 days a week, they met there to work on the project, sometimes with Leo playing in a safe area they had set up for him. The first sessions were strictly professional. They talked about materials, energy efficiency, biophilic design. But little by little, the conversations began to extend beyond the project. Remember that trip to the Lake District? Adrian asked one afternoon, while they reviewed local stone samples. We stayed at that inn, with thatched roofs and inner courtyards. Elena smiled at the memory. The owner would make us hot chocolate every morning. That vernacular architecture had so much to teach us about natural ventilation and light harvesting. You were always so observant, Elena commented. I liked that about you. The comment hung between them like an unexpected confession. As the project progressed, so did their relationship. It wasn't a return to what they had been before. It was something new, built on a different foundation. They shared Leo's upbringing more fluidly, consulting on decisions, supporting each other. One Saturday, while they watched Leo take his first wobbly steps in the park, Adrian made a proposal. I've been thinking, he began with some caution. What do you think about us designing a house, too? A house? Elena asked, confused. For whom? For Leo, Adrian replied. A place where he can grow up with space, with nature, near the city, but not in the middle of the chaos, a home that incorporates everything we both value. Elena looked at him in surprise. Are you suggesting we live together? I'm suggesting we design a home for our son, Adrian clarified. How we inhabit it is something we can decide later. The idea was bold, but it made sense. Leo would soon need more space. Elena's apartment was small, and while Adrian's penthouse was large, it was in a too urban area for a child to grow up freely. It would have to be on the outskirts, Elena said finally, implicitly accepting the proposal. Maybe toward the Cotswolds or Surrey. Adrian smiled, understanding that she was taking the idea seriously. We could look for land this weekend, if you'd like. A home built on love. They found the perfect spot a month later. An acre in the rolling hills overlooking the valley, less than an hour from the city. The land had century-old trees, a small stream, and enough space to create something truly special. Working on the house plans became a kind of therapy for both of them. Each space reflected their shared values. Large windows for natural light, local materials, water collection systems, solar energy. Leo's room should face east, Elena suggested one night, while they worked in the studio, so the morning sun can wake him up gently, and he'll need a space to play outside, Adrian added, with trees to climb when he's older. How many bedrooms are we planning exactly? Elena asked, noticing that the design included 5 bedrooms. Adrian hesitated before answering. I thought that maybe Leo could have siblings someday. Elena stared at him, surprised by the implication. I'm not taking anything for granted, Adrian quickly clarified. Just thinking about future possibilities, whatever form our family takes. That night, after finishing the design modifications, Adrian walked Elena and Leo back to her apartment. The little one had fallen asleep in the car. I'll help you carry him up, Adrian offered. In the quiet intimacy of the apartment, with Leo now tucked into his crib, they stopped in the living room. There was a different tension between them, an unexpressed expectation. This house project, Elena began. What are we really doing, Adrian? He took a deep breath before answering. I think we're rebuilding something we should have never lost. They looked at each other in silence. Years of shared history, pain, and now hope concentrated in that exchange of glances. Adrian took a step toward her, and for the first time since their reunion, he took her hand. "I never stopped loving you," he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "But I understand. If for you, it's different now." Elena felt something crumble inside her, a final barrier of protection. "I was so afraid that in the end, you would abandon us that I decided to be the one to end everything," she admitted, her voice breaking. "It was easier to leave than to wait for you to do it." Adrian placed a hand on her face, gently stroking her cheek. "I'm not going anywhere, Elena." The kiss that followed was like coming home after a long journey, familiar and new at the same time, charged with promises and possibilities. The final choice, the construction of the house, began in the spring. Elena oversaw the work while continuing with the Eco-Future Headquarters project. Adrian, for his part, divided his time between the company, Leo, and frequent visits to the construction site. One afternoon, while they were checking the progress of the foundation, Adrian received a call that would change everything. "An offer for European expansion?" Elena asked that night, when Adrian told her about the call. "It's what you've always wanted." Adrian nodded, thoughtful. "It's a unique opportunity. 3 new headquarters: London, Berlin, and Paris." Elena felt a familiar chill settle in her chest. History seemed to be repeating itself. "When would you leave?" she asked, trying to maintain her composure. "I'd have to spend at least 6 months there to establish operations," Adrian replied, watching as Elena's face darkened. "If you decide to accept?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes." Elena looked at him in surprise. "Adrian, it's your dream. Of course you should accept." "My dream has changed, Elena," he replied with simplicity. "Or maybe I've finally understood what my true dream was." The following days were tense. Despite Adrian's words, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that history would repeat itself. Every time she saw him checking emails on his phone or speaking in English on the phone, she felt like she was losing him again. One afternoon, while Leo played in Mr. Cruz's garden, Elena confessed her fears to Julia. "He's going to accept the offer, I know it," she said, watching her son try to catch a butterfly. "And we'll be back where we started." "Did he tell you that?" Julia asked. "He doesn't have to. It's the opportunity of a lifetime." Julia looked at her sister, exasperated. "Haven't you learned anything from all this? Last time, you assumed what he was thinking instead of asking him directly. And look where that led you." Julia's words resonated with Elena. She was right. She was making the same mistake. That night, after putting Leo to bed, she decided to confront him. Adrian had come over for dinner, and now they were both sitting on the small balcony of the apartment. "I need to know what you're going to do about the European offer," Elena said bluntly. "Not for me, but for Leo. He needs stability." Adrian looked at her seriously. "I've been considering all the options," he replied. "There's a lot at stake." "I understand," Elena said, bracing herself for the worst. "If you decide to go, we can set up a schedule for visits and video calls so Leo doesn't lose contact with you." Adrian frowned. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not considering leaving, Elena. I'm considering how to restructure my company so I don't have to." Elena looked at him in view. "But you said you'd have to spend 6 months there." "If I followed the traditional expansion plan, yes," Adrian explained. "But I've been working with my team on a different structure. We would hire local directors for each European office, and I would oversee from here, with short trips when strictly necessary." "You would do that?" Elena asked, surprised. "You would give up leading the expansion yourself?" Adrian took her hands. "I'm not giving up anything, Elena. I'm choosing what truly matters. My company will continue to grow, but not at the expense of my family. Not again." If you're enjoying this heartwarming story, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. What do you think of Adrian's decision? Do you think he's making the right choice? Let me know in the comments below. The promise of forever the following weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Adrian announced his restructuring plan, surprising the board of directors, but ultimately gaining their approval. Meanwhile, the construction of the house was advancing at a rapid pace. The walls were already up, and the roof would be completed soon. One afternoon, while they were supervising the installation of the solar panels, Adrian took Elena to a high point on the land from which the entire property could be seen. "What do you think?" he asked, hugging her from behind as they contemplated their future home. "It's perfect," she replied, leaning against his chest. "Better than I imagined." "There's something I've wanted to ask you," Adrian said, suddenly serious. "You and Leo will move here when it's finished." Elena turned to look at him. "I thought that was the idea, wasn't it?" "Yes, but—" Adrian paused. "I don't want to take anything for granted. I want it to be your decision, completely yours." Elena studied his face, understanding what he wasn't explicitly saying. "Are you asking me to live together, as a family?" "Yes," Adrian replied simply. "That's exactly what I'm asking." Elena smiled, a genuine smile that reached her eyes. "I think you already know the answer." 3 months later, the house was almost finished. They had decided to have a small housewarming party, inviting close family and friends. It would also be the official announcement of their reconciliation, although for many it was already clear what was happening between them. The day of the housewarming dawned sunny and perfect. The house shone in the sunlight. Walls of local stone were combined with large windows, green roofs covered in vegetation, and a central patio with a century-old oak tree they had preserved during construction. Guests began to arrive at noon. Mr. Cruz and Clara, the proud grandparents, were the first. Julia and David arrived together, to the surprise of few. Isabella came with her husband and their twins, perfect playmates for Leo, who ran excitedly through the house, showing it to anyone who wanted to see it. Adrian had prepared a small speech to welcome everyone, but seeing his loved ones gathered in the home they had created, he felt he needed to do something more meaningful. After everyone had toured the house and gathered in the central patio to eat, Adrian asked for everyone's attention. "First, I want to thank you all for sharing this day with us," he began. "This house represents much more than a place to live. It is a symbol of a second chance, of a rebuilt family." He looked at Elena, who was holding Leo in her arms, both of them smiling at him. "A year and a half ago, I was at the airport, believing my life was complete because my business was doing well. I had no idea what I was really missing." Adrian walked over to Elena and took her free hand. "Once, I lost the most important thing because I didn't know how to communicate what I really wanted. I won't make the same mistake twice." Before everyone's surprised gaze, he knelt down and pulled a small box from his pocket. "Elena Cruz, I want to build my life with you and Leo here, in the home we have designed together. Will you do me the honor of marrying me?" Elena, with tears in her eyes, nodded as the guests applauded emotionally. "Yes," she finally replied. "Yes, I will." Adrian placed the ring on her finger and stood up to kiss her, while Leo clapped, not fully understanding what was happening, but caught up in the joy of the moment. When the kiss ended, Elena whispered something in Adrian's ear. "I have something to tell you too," she murmured, taking his hand and placing it on her stomach. "Our family is still growing." Adrian's eyes widened, filled with surprise and emotion. This time, he would be there, for every moment, from the very beginning. The celebration continued until sunset. As the last rays of sunlight illuminated their new home, Adrian held Sophia in his arms, watching Elena's radiant face. The teddy bear he had given him on his first visit was still Leo's favorite, despite all the new toys that now filled his room. "Dada," the little one said, touching Adrian's cheek. "House?" "Yes, Leo. Adrian replied, feeling his heart might burst with happiness. Our house, our home. The circle had finally come full circle, from strangers who loved, to separated parents, and now to a family united by love and truth. The life they had built together was more beautiful than any building they could design. The beautiful chaos of family. 2 years later, the sound of children's laughter filled the garden of the house in the hills. Leo, now 3, ran chasing Bubbles, while his 1-year-old sister Sophia tried to follow him with wobbly steps. Elena watched her children from the terrace, a cup of coffee in her hand and a smile on her lips. She still found it incredible how her life had changed in the last few years, from being a single mother who struggled to balance her career with parenting, to having a complete family and her own architectural firm that had won national recognition for its sustainable designs. "What are you thinking about?" Adrian asked, sitting down next to her and wrapping an arm around her. "How lucky we are," she replied, leaning into him. "How we were about to lose all this, but we didn't. That's what matters." Adrian gave her a soft kiss on the forehead. The house they had designed together had become the center of their lives. Adrian had transformed one of the rooms into an office from which he directed EcoFuture, now with operations in 6 countries. International trips were still part of his job, but they never exceeded 4 days, and Elena and the children accompanied him whenever possible. The EcoFuture headquarters in London, designed by Elena, had opened the year before, receiving multiple awards for its innovation and sustainability. The project's success had boosted her career, allowing her to carefully select her projects to balance them with family life. "Mommy, look what I found!" Leo shouted, running toward them with something in his small hands. "Careful, my love," Elena warned, as the child climbed the terrace steps. Leo opened his hands to reveal a small green frog. "He looks like the one in the story Dad reads to me," he said excitedly. "He sure does," Adrian nodded, feigning amazement. "He must be a cousin of the frog from the pond. Can I show him to Sophia?" "Of course, but then we have to let him go, okay? His family must be looking for him." Leo nodded solemnly and returned to the garden, now walking with the utmost care so as not to scare his treasure. "He's just like you when you focus on something," Elena commented, with that same look of determination. "But he has your heart," Adrian replied, "always worried about others." The doorbell interrupted their conversation. Seconds later, Julia and David, now officially engaged, appeared with a bottle of wine and a cake. "We brought supplies for the family reunion," Julia announced, hugging her sister. Soon after, Mr. Cruz and Clara arrived, who had become inseparable in recent years, sharing the joy of being grandparents and a friendship that many suspected was something more. While the adults prepared food and set the table on the terrace, the children played in the shade of the ancient oak tree. This tree had become the silent guardian of their happiness, a witness to birthdays, anniversaries, and daily moments that wove the fabric of their family. "Remember the first time we came to see this land?" Adrian asked Elena, while pouring some drinks. "How could I forget?" She smiled. Leo could barely walk, and he fell in that giant puddle. We all ended up covered in mud. "That's when I knew this would be our home," Adrian confessed. "Seeing you covered in mud, laughing hysterically with Leo in your arms, you'd never looked more beautiful." Elena kissed him softly, still amazed at how, after all these years, Adrian still looked at her as if she were the only woman in the world. The afternoon passed with conversation, laughter, and plans for the future. Julia and David announced that they had set a date for their wedding, inspired by Adrian and Elena's story. "If you two could get through all that, we can handle anything," joked David, who had gone from being just Adrian's lawyer to a close friend. And soon, part of the family. When the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Adrian picked up Sophia, while Elena looked for Leo, who was playing with Isabella's children. "It's time for a bath, champ," Elena said, although she knew it would be a battle to convince him. To her surprise, Leo nodded without protesting. "Okay, but can Dad tell the story about the millionaire and the mom who met at the airport?" Elena and Adrian exchanged a knowing look. It was Leo's favorite story, a childlike, sweetened version of their own reunion, which Adrian had turned into a special tale for his son. "Of course," Adrian promised, with sound effects and everything. Later, after bathing the children and putting them to bed, Adrian and Elena returned to the terrace. Their guests had already left, and the house was silent. The full moon illuminated the valley below them, and the lights of London twinkled in the distance. "Do you know what date it is today?" Adrian asked, pouring 2 glasses of wine. "How could I forget?" Elena replied. "It's exactly 2 years since we moved here, and 3.5 years since we met again at the airport. The worst and best day of my life," Adrian reflected. "Watching you leave with Leo in your arms, not knowing he was my son, and then discovering the truth." Elena took his hand, lacing her fingers through his. "Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't run into each other that day." "We would have found each other anyway," Adrian replied with certainty. "There are people who are meant to be together, no matter how many detours their paths take." They fell silent, enjoying the peace of the night and each other's closeness. In the children's room, the baby monitor broadcast the soft, rhythmic breathing of Leo and Sophia. "Do you remember what you told me that day at the airport?" Adrian asked after a while. "I don't want anything to do with you," Elena quoted, smiling at the irony. "The universe must have been laughing at me." "The universe knew what it was doing," Adrian replied, pulling her closer. "Sometimes we need to lose something to truly understand its value. And sometimes," Elena added, looking at the house they had built together, the home they had created, "what we lose comes back to us, stronger and more beautiful than before." In the distance, the lights of a plane streaked across the night sky, reminding them where their story had begun. From a chance encounter in an airport to a complete family, from harsh words born of fear to promises of love fulfilled day by day. Life doesn't always follow the path we plan, but sometimes it leads us exactly where we're supposed to be. What an incredible journey. If this story touched your heart, please leave a comment and tell me what part resonated with you the most. Don't forget to subscribe for more amazing stories, and I'll see you in the next video.
Ethan walked briskly through the bustling streets, the heavy rain soaking the city. He paid little attention to the hurried crowd or the gleaming lights of the towering skyscrapers. As a young tech billionaire, Ethan was used to long, stressful days filled with meetings and decisions. Yet today, the weight of it all felt heavier than usual. All he wanted was to return to his luxurious mansion, take a hot shower, and let his mind rest. Unbeknownst to him, this short walk would lead to an unexpected encounter that would change his life forever. Ethan stopped abruptly, sensing something was wrong. His heart sank as he patted his jacket pocket and felt the empty space. His wallet was missing. The thought of losing it with all its contents filled him with anxiety. Maybe it fell when I paid for coffee, he thought, trying to calm himself. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and began retracing his steps, determined to recover his possession. As he neared the cafe, a disheveled woman suddenly ran toward him. Her hair was messy, her clothes wrinkled and soaked from the rain. Instinctively, Ethan stepped back, unsure of her intentions, but instead of harming him, she extended her hand, holding his wallet. "You dropped this at the cafe," she said, panting. "I saw it fall and ran after you to return it." Ethan was stunned. For a moment, he simply stood there, staring at the woman in front of him. Despite her evident hardships, her act of kindness left him speechless. He took the wallet from her, his gaze never leaving her face. "Thank you so much," he finally managed, his voice thick with emotion. "I don't even know how to thank you properly." The woman simply shrugged. "It's not mine, is it? I just did what was right." Her simple reply stirred something profound within Ethan. Ethan studied the woman standing before him, her tired eyes and soaked clothing telling a story of hardship. Though her demeanor seemed guarded, her kind act had left a deep impression on him. "It's pouring out here. You shouldn't be out in this weather," Ethan said, his voice full of concern. He hesitated for a moment, unsure if she would accept or if she would misinterpret his intentions. Finally, he added, "If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to my home. You can take a hot shower, have a meal, and rest a bit." The woman, who introduced herself as Clara, looked startled and hesitant. "I don't want to impose," she replied, taking a cautious step back. "Please, don't worry," Ethan reassured her patiently. "You did the right thing by returning my wallet. This is just my way of thanking you. A meal and a little rest." After a moment of silence, Clara nodded, her eyes reflecting both doubt and a flicker of hope. "All right," she said softly. When they arrived at Ethan's mansion, Clara was nearly overwhelmed. The house looked like something out of a movie, with expansive glass walls, a lush garden, and warm golden lights glowing from within. "This is your home?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. Ethan smiled gently. "Yes, it is. Come in, please. I'll have the guest bathroom prepared for you." He led Clara inside, where the luxurious interior left her almost speechless. Crystal chandeliers, sleek modern furniture, and a cozy ambiance surrounded her. Ethan called for his housekeeper to show Clara to the guest bathroom. "Make yourself at home," he said. "There are towels and clean clothes ready for you. Take as long as you need." Clara followed the housekeeper with hesitant steps, still struggling to believe what was happening. Clara stepped out of the bathroom, still feeling the warmth of the hot water on her skin. But as she glanced down at the oversized dress shirt Ethan had left for her, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Taking slow, hesitant steps, she entered the dining room where Ethan was waiting. "Have a seat," Ethan said, gesturing to the chair across from him. On the table was a simple but hearty meal, a bowl of steaming soup, soft bread, and a small salad. "You need to eat something," he added, his tone gentle yet firm. Clara sat down, her eyes fixed on the table as if afraid to disturb the perfect setup. "Thank you," she murmured, lifting the spoon with cautious hands. The room was quiet, with only the soft patter of rain against the windows. After a few minutes, Ethan broke the silence. "Clara, if you're comfortable, I'd like to hear your story. I think you have a lot to share." Clara looked up, startled by the sincerity in his voice. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and began. "Not long ago, I wasn't like this," she said, her voice trembling. "I used to own a small bakery. It was everything to me, a place where I found joy and pride. But then, everything started to fall apart." Clara's gaze drifted into the distance, her eyes filled with painful memories. "My mother passed away suddenly, and I completely lost my way. She was my biggest supporter, and when she was gone, it felt like my entire world collapsed." She paused, her hands trembling as they gripped the spoon. I started drinking just a glass or two at first to numb the pain, but then I met someone. He said he had something that could help me forget everything. At first it was just a few pills, but then I couldn't stop. It became everything I needed just to get through the day. Ethan sat silently, his eyes fixed on Clara as she continued her story. The drugs consumed everything I had, Clara said, her voice breaking. I sold everything I owned, including the bakery that once brought me so much joy, just to feed my addiction. When there was nothing left, I found myself on the streets, feeling like a shadow of the person I once was. I despised myself for what I had become, but I didn't know how to stop the downward spiral. Ethan placed his spoon down, his gaze filled with compassion. Clara, you're still here, sitting in front of me. That means you still have a chance. Clara looked at him, tears streaming down her face, not just from sadness, but from relief. For the first time in years, she felt like someone truly listened and cared. After dinner, Clara and Ethan moved to the living room. They sat on the sofa, the quiet space filled only with the soft patter of rain against the windows. Clara seemed more relaxed now, though the weariness etched on her face hadn't completely faded. Ethan studied Clara for a while, his eyes lingering on her face as if trying to piece together a long-forgotten memory. There was something about her that felt incredibly familiar, though he couldn't place it right away. Clara, he began softly, his tone both curious and hesitant. Did you ever live in Somerville, maybe 20 years ago? Clara blinked, startled by the unexpected question. She furrowed her brow, then nodded. Yes, I did. How do you know? Ethan leaned forward, his eyes widening as recognition dawned on him. We went to high school together. I'm Ethan Miller. Don't you remember? Clara's eyes grew wide, fragments of memories flooding back. Ethan? She whispered, her voice a mix of disbelief and wonder. You were the kid with glasses, always doodling in class, weren't you? Ethan laughed, the warm sound easing the tension in the room. That's me. And you were Clara, the cheer captain who always lit up the room. Clara gave a faint, almost bashful smile. It's hard to believe. We've changed so much. Ethan looked at her, his gaze kind and understanding. No, Clara, I still recognize you. I think I suspected it the first time I saw you, but now I'm certain. Clara lowered her head, shame washing over her. If I told you I didn't want you to see me like this, would you believe me? Ethan gently placed his hand over hers, his voice firm yet compassionate. Clara, that doesn't matter. You're an old friend, someone who was once so strong and full of life. I see nothing here to be ashamed of. Clara looked up at him, tears streaming down her cheeks, not from sadness this time, but from relief. For the first time in years, she felt a glimmer of hope she thought was long gone. The next morning, as the soft light of dawn pushed away the remnants of the previous night's rain, Ethan had already made a plan for Clara. He knew that helping her rebuild her life would require more than emotional support. It would need concrete action. Clara, he said gently over breakfast, I want to help you seriously. I think the first step is to give you the chance to step away from everything and focus on yourself. Clara set her teacup down, confusion etched on her face. What do you mean? Ethan met her gaze, his eyes full of sincerity. I know a highly reputable rehabilitation center. They can help you confront what you've been through and regain your strength. I'll cover the costs, but the most important thing is that you have to be ready. Clara was silent. The thought of entering a strange place to face her own pain was both terrifying and hopeful. Do you really think I can change? She asked, her voice soft but tinged with yearning. Ethan smiled and nodded. I don't just think so, I know you can. You just need to believe in yourself, the way I believe in you. After a long pause, Clara nodded. All right, she said, her voice trembling but resolute. The first few days at the rehabilitation center were an immense challenge for Clara. Every day, she battled intense cravings, painful memories, and the crushing weight of guilt. But what kept her going was Ethan's unwavering encouragement. He visited her regularly, bringing small gifts, a notebook, a book he loved, or handwritten notes with simple messages. You've got this. I believe in you. Clara also began attending group therapy sessions. At first, she just listened to the stories of others. Gradually, though, she opened up, sharing her own pain and regrets. Each time she spoke, it felt like a piece of her burden was lifted. As time passed, Clara began to change. She learned to forgive herself and accept that her past mistakes didn't define her. In her one-on-one therapy sessions, she confronted her deepest wounds, slowly freeing herself from the chains of her old life. By the time the program was nearing its end, Clara felt not only physically stronger but also emotionally lighter. On the day she left the center, she saw Ethan waiting for her, his warm smile making her feel as though she had reclaimed a part of herself. Clara left the rehabilitation center with a mix of anxiety and hope. When she saw Ethan waiting for her outside, his warm smile lighting up his face, she felt a familiar sense of comfort she thought she had lost. "Welcome home," Ethan said, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. They began spending more time together. Ethan often took Clara for walks in the park, introduced her to his favorite little cafes, and even encouraged her to join a baking class to rekindle her old passion. At first, Clara was hesitant. She worried that her past might change the way Ethan saw her. But Ethan never made her feel different. He treated her with respect and understanding, helping Clara slowly open her heart. One evening, as they sat on Ethan's porch watching the sunset, Clara turned to him, feeling the need to voice what had been on her mind. "Ethan," she began, her voice soft but full of emotion. "Thank you for everything. I didn't think I deserved all this, but you've made me believe that I can start over." Ethan smiled, his gaze tender as he looked into her eyes. "Clara, I'm not doing this out of obligation. I'm doing it because I believe in you. From the moment I saw you again, I knew there was something special about you." They looked at each other for a few seconds, and in that moment, Clara realized Ethan wasn't just an old friend or someone who had helped her. He was someone who made her want to be the best version of herself. As time passed, Clara slowly rebuilt her life. She found a job at a small local cafe and began constructing her new life from the smallest things. Each passing day, Clara felt the changes within herself. She no longer felt guilty or ashamed of her past. Instead, she learned to accept and love herself. One day, after receiving her first paycheck from her new job, Clara decided to do something special. She decided to use her first earnings to buy Ethan a special gift. For days, she contemplated what to get him. Then, a watch in a small shop near the bakery caught her eye. It was a sleek, elegant watch, not flashy, but refined and perfectly suited to Ethan's style. Clara stepped into the shop and carefully chose the watch, her heart filling with joy as she imagined his reaction. One evening, as Ethan stopped by the cafe to pick Clara up after work, she invited him to sit down. "Ethan," she began, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness, "I have something for you." Ethan looked surprised but smiled. "What have you done?" Clara pulled out a small, carefully wrapped box and handed it to him. "I used my first paycheck to buy this. I just wanted to thank you for everything you've done for me." Ethan opened the box to reveal the watch. He picked it up, his expression softening with emotion. "Clara, you didn't have to do this," he said, his voice low with feeling. "But I wanted to," Clara said, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself. This gift is my way of saying thank you from the bottom of my heart." Ethan slipped the watch onto his wrist, his smile warm and genuine. "I'll treasure this forever, not just because it's a gift, but because of what it means. Thank you, Clara." Clara felt a gentle happiness bloom within her. It wasn't just about the gift, it was about the deepening connection between them, a bond built on friendship, trust, and understanding. Clara had been working diligently at the cafe, steadily rebuilding her life. Ethan, ever by her side, noticed that her passion for baking never truly faded. One day, he decided to present her with a proposal he had been considering for a while. "Clara," he said one sunny morning as they sipped coffee together, "have you ever thought about reopening your own bakery?" Clara blinked in surprise, setting her coffee cup down. "Are you serious? But I don't have the finances for something like that." Ethan smiled, his eyes filled with determination. "Let me help you. I want you to run your own bakery again, a place where you can pursue your passion and create something wonderful. We'll do this together." Clara was overwhelmed with emotion. After a moment, she nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I don't know what to say, but I'll give it my all. Thank you, Ethan." Over the next few months, they worked tirelessly to prepare the new bakery. They named it Sweet Beginnings, symbolizing not just Clara's fresh start, but also the blossoming of their relationship. Clara poured her heart into designing the space, experimenting with new recipes and creating a cozy atmosphere for her future customers. Ethan, as always, stood by her side, ensuring everything went smoothly. The grand opening arrived and the bakery was bustling with friends, supporters, and curious customers. But Ethan had a bigger surprise planned. As the day wound down and the crowd thinned, Ethan approached Clara near the counter, holding a small box in his hand. "Clara," he began, his voice steady but full of emotion, causing her to turn toward him. "Today isn't just about the grand opening of your bakery. It's about starting a new chapter in our lives." Clara's eyes widened as Ethan got down on one knee. Ethan took a deep breath, his hand trembling slightly as he held the small box. "Clara," he began, his voice thick with emotion. "From the moment I saw you again, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Hope. Watching you rebuild your life and rediscover your strength has been the most inspiring thing I've ever witnessed." He opened the box to reveal a sparkling diamond ring. "You don't just make me proud. You've shown me how strong love can be. Clara, will you marry me?" Tears streamed down Clara's face, but they were tears of joy. She nodded and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, I will." Ethan stood up, pulling her into an embrace amidst cheers and applause from their friends and loved ones. A few months later, Clara and Ethan held a small, intimate wedding in a beautiful garden. Clara wore a simple yet radiant white dress, and Ethan couldn't stop smiling throughout the ceremony. Under the soft sunlight, they exchanged vows, promising to stand by each other no matter what challenges life might bring. As they shared their first kiss as husband and wife, cheers and fireworks erupted, marking the beginning of a joyful new chapter. The bakery, Sweet Beginnings, became more than just a place to enjoy delicious pastries. It was a symbol of love, resilience, and the power of second chances. Clara and Ethan lived happily ever after, building a family and cherishing the incredible journey that brought them together. Rachel Carter, an experienced and dedicated nurse, had spent 7 years caring for her patients with compassion and skill. But her world turned upside down when the hospital she worked for underwent restructuring, leaving her without a job. In her small apartment, Rachel sat at the kitchen table, anxiously calculating her dwindling savings. Bills piled up, and the thought of providing for her 6-year-old son Lucas weighed heavily on her shoulders. Lucas, with his bright eyes and boundless curiosity, sensed her worry. "Mom," he asked quietly, "are we going to lose our home?" Rachel forced a smile, hiding her fear. No, sweetheart. I'll find a new job. Even better than before. You'll see. One late night while scrolling through job listings, Rachel stumbled upon a peculiar ad. Full-time caregiver needed. On-site residence required. Above market salary. The next morning, Rachel found herself in a taxi, heading toward Astor Estate, the address listed in the job ad. As the car approached the towering iron gates, her breath caught. The estate was massive, its sprawling grounds manicured to perfection, but the grandeur felt distant and cold. She adjusted her worn blazer, a clearance sale find from years ago, and pressed the intercom button. "Good morning," a formal voice greeted. "Good morning, this is Rachel Carter. I have an interview scheduled for 9." The gates opened with a smooth hum, revealing a long driveway lined with ancient oaks. The mansion loomed ahead, its stone facade stately, yet imposing. Rachel was met at the door by Martha, the estate's housekeeper, who escorted her through the richly adorned halls. "I must prepare you," Martha said, as they stopped outside an oak-paneled office. "Mr. Nathaniel Blake, the master of the house, can be demanding. He values competence and discretion above all else. And whatever you do not show him pity." Rachel nodded, her heart pounding. She stepped into the office, her gaze meeting Nathaniel Blake for the first time. Seated in a motorized wheelchair, he exuded a commanding presence despite his condition. His sharp green eyes assessed her with an intensity that made her feel like she was being measured against an invisible standard. "You're the candidate," he said, his voice clipped. "What makes you think you're qualified for this role?" Rachel steadied her nerves. "I've spent 7 years as a nurse, including experience in rehabilitation care. I believe I can handle the demands of this position." Nathaniel glanced at her application. "You have a son. Lucas, age 6. That could be a problem." "With respect, Mr. Blake, being a mother has taught me dedication and patience," Rachel replied boldly. After a tense silence, he spoke. "You'll live here. Your son can stay in the annex behind the main house. My driver will take him to school. However, I require absolute commitment to this role. And remember, no pity." Rachel nodded, sensing that this job would change her life in ways she couldn't yet imagine. Rachel arrived at the annex, a charming but modest 2-bedroom cottage nestled behind the grand estate. The space, though small compared to the main house, was cozy and well kept, with a private garden that Lucas immediately fell in love with. "Mom, it's like a fairy tale house," Lucas exclaimed, running to explore. Rachel smiled, relieved to see her son's excitement. Their first morning at Astor Estate began early. At 6:30 a.m., Martha appeared to brief Rachel on Nathaniel's strict routine. "Mr. Blake expects breakfast at 7 sharp. He has physiotherapy at 9 and meetings throughout the day. He's meticulous about timing." Rachel arrived at Nathaniel's room precisely at 7. He was already awake, gazing out the window. "You're late," he remarked, though the clock had just struck the hour. The day unfolded with a series of exacting tasks. From assisting Nathaniel with his morning routines to organizing his extensive schedule, Rachel quickly realized the level of precision he demanded. Every task had to be done perfectly, down to the temperature of the towel or the placement of items on his desk. "The towel is too cold," Nathaniel commented curtly during his bath. "I'll make sure it's warmer next time," Rachel replied calmly. Her patience was tested further when Nathaniel barely acknowledged her efforts. Yet, Rachel noticed glimpses of vulnerability in his sharp remarks and rigid demeanor. Beneath his tough exterior, there was pain. A man struggling to adapt to a life he hadn't chosen. Lucas, however, had a different effect on Nathaniel. That afternoon, the boy wandered into the garden near the main house, his soccer ball in hand. Nathaniel, watching from his balcony, noticed the child kicking the ball against the annex wall. "Do you play soccer?" Nathaniel called out unexpectedly. Lucas froze, surprised by the question. "Yes, sir. I like being the goalkeeper." Nathaniel nodded thoughtfully. "There's an old soccer field at the back of the estate. It hasn't been used in years, but it could be restored. For you. Lucas's eyes lit up. Really? That would be amazing. Rachel watched, her heart warming as she saw a glimmer of kindness in Nathaniel's guarded demeanor. For the first time, she saw Nathaniel not as the harsh employer, but as a man capable of kindness. That evening, as Rachel tucked Lucas into bed, he asked, "Mom, is Mr. Nathaniel a knight? He has a castle and everything." Rachel chuckled softly, stroking his hair. "Not quite, sweetheart. But maybe he's someone who just needs a little help finding his way." Over the following weeks, Rachel's dedication began to create subtle, yet profound changes at Astor Estate. Nathaniel remained demanding, but Rachel learned to anticipate his needs, executing her duties with calm efficiency. Meanwhile, Lucas's lively presence brought a rare sense of joy to the estate. One morning, as Rachel prepared breakfast for Nathaniel, Lucas burst into the kitchen, his soccer ball clutched tightly in his hands. "Mom, can I play on the soccer field Mr. Nathaniel talked about?" Lucas asked excitedly. Before Rachel could respond, Nathaniel appeared in the doorway, his wheelchair humming softly. "Anderson, the driver, will have the field cleared by this afternoon," Nathaniel announced, addressing Lucas directly. "Thank you, Mr. Nathaniel," Lucas exclaimed, his joy infectious. That afternoon, Lucas ran across the freshly mowed field, kicking his ball with uncontainable energy. From his office window, Nathaniel watched the scene unfold. His stern expression softened as Lucas's laughter echoed across the grounds. "Would you like to join him?" Rachel asked gently, standing behind Nathaniel. "Don't be absurd," he replied brusquely. "I've got work to do." But she caught the flicker of longing in his eyes before he turned away. The field became a place of transformation for more than just Lucas. One weekend, Nathaniel surprised Rachel by asking to referee a friendly match between Lucas and his school friends. Wearing a casual sweater instead of his usual suit, Nathaniel positioned his chair at the sideline and watched intently. "Penalty!" he declared after a questionable tackle, his authoritative tone eliciting both laughter and protests from the children. For the first time, Rachel heard Nathaniel laugh, brief but genuine. As the game ended and the children ran to the annex for snacks, Rachel noticed Nathaniel lingering on the field, his gaze distant. "You did well out there," she said as she approached. "I haven't been on a soccer field in years," he admitted. "Before the accident, I used to play in charity matches with my team." Rachel sensed the weight of his words and responded carefully. "Maybe it's time to bring some of that back. The field isn't just for Lucas. It could be for you too." Nathaniel didn't reply, but his silence held a sense of consideration. The estate's dynamics shifted further with the arrival of Charlotte Blake, Nathaniel's older sister, who came to recover from a minor surgery. Charlotte was lively and perceptive, her sharp eyes quickly noticing the changes in her brother. "Rachel," Charlotte said one morning as Rachel assisted her with physical therapy, "I don't know what you've done, but my brother is different. Lighter, somehow. He smiles more, even if he tries to hide it." Rachel laughed nervously. "I think Lucas deserves most of the credit. He has a way of bringing out the best in people." "Lucas is wonderful," Charlotte agreed, "but you're the one who's brought life back to this house, and to Nathaniel." Before Rachel could respond, Nathaniel entered the room. His eyes briefly met Rachel's, a flicker of unspoken understanding passing between them. "Am I interrupting something?" he asked, his tone casual but tinged with curiosity. "Just a bit of girl talk," Charlotte replied with a teasing smile. As time passed, Rachel and Nathaniel found themselves drawn closer together. Their conversations grew more personal, touching on their fears and dreams. One evening, as Rachel helped Nathaniel with his physiotherapy, he asked unexpectedly, "Why did you become a nurse?" "To help people," Rachel answered simply, "and to provide a stable life for Lucas after his father left." Nathaniel nodded, respecting the boundary in her voice. After a moment, he said, "Before the accident, I thought I had everything. Success, wealth, independence. But now..." His voice trailed off. "You still have so much to offer," Rachel said softly, And Lucas thinks you're a hero. You've given him something he didn't have before, a sense of belonging. Nathaniel's gaze lingered on her. One evening, as the estate basked in the soft glow of twilight, Rachel brought Nathaniel his evening tea. He was seated in his study, staring out the window, the remnants of a conversation with Charlotte lingering in his mind. "Rachel," he began, his voice unusually hesitant. "There's something I need to tell you." Rachel placed the tray down, her heart quickening. "What is it, Mr. Blake?" Nathaniel turned his chair slowly to face her, his expression conflicted but determined. "It's about how I feel, about you." The words hung in the air, laden with emotions he had kept buried for too long. "These past months," he continued, "you've done more than just care for me. You've brought life back to this place, and to me. I don't think I can ignore how I feel any longer." Rachel felt her breath catch. "Nathaniel, Let me finish," he interrupted gently. "I know our situation is complicated. You're my employee, and you have Lucas to think about. But I need you to know, I care for you, Rachel. Deeply." Rachel's voice was barely above a whisper. "I feel the same. But this is more than just us. What about Lucas? What about the estate?" At that moment, a small voice interrupted them. "Mom?" Rachel turned to see Lucas standing in the doorway, his wide eyes filled with curiosity. "Why are you and Mr. Nathaniel talking like that?" Rachel crouched down to Lucas's level, trying to explain. "Sweetheart, Mr. Nathaniel is very important to us. He's been a good friend and—" "Is he going to be my dad?" Lucas asked bluntly. Nathaniel froze, his expression softening. After a pause, he said, "Only if you'd like that, Lucas." Lucas grinned. "I think that would be cool." For Rachel, the decision became clear. She met Nathaniel's gaze, her heart full of hope. "Then we'll face this together." The next morning, the atmosphere at Astor Estate felt different. Lighter, as though the house itself welcomed the changes to come. Rachel and Nathaniel decided it was time to share their decision with everyone who had become part of their lives. Gathered in the main living room were Lucas, Charlotte, Martha, and Anderson. Nathaniel, with Rachel standing beside him, addressed the group. "From today," he began, his voice steady but filled with emotion, "things will change. Rachel is no longer just an employee. She's someone who means a great deal to me. To us." He glanced at Lucas, who beamed with excitement. Charlotte was the first to react, clapping her hands together. "It's about time. I was wondering how long it would take for the two of you to figure this out." Martha wiped away a tear. "Oh, this house has needed love for so long. I'm so happy for you both." Anderson gave a subtle nod, his quiet approval reassuring. Lucas tugged at Nathaniel's sleeve. "So, can I call you Dad now?" Nathaniel's green eyes softened as he knelt slightly in his wheelchair to meet Lucas's gaze. "I'd be honored if you did, Lucas." The boy threw his arms around Nathaniel, solidifying the bond they had been building over the past months. With the announcement made, life at Astor Estate began to shift in meaningful ways. Nathaniel took on a renewed sense of purpose, channeling his energy into accessibility projects. The once abandoned soccer field became a hub of activity, complete with an adapted section where Nathaniel could join in the fun with Lucas and his friends. Rachel, with Nathaniel's unwavering support, returned to school to specialize in physical therapy. She juggled her studies with her responsibilities at the estate, all while raising Lucas in an environment filled with love and encouragement. One afternoon, Nathaniel surprised Rachel by proposing the creation of a foundation. "We've been given a second chance, Rachel. Let's use it to help others, especially those who faced challenges like mine." Together, they launched the Blake Carter Foundation, dedicated to supporting individuals with disabilities and promoting inclusive design. The foundation quickly became a beacon of hope, transforming countless lives. On a sunny Saturday almost a year later, the family gathered in the garden for a picnic. Lucas and his friends played soccer on the revitalized field, while Charlotte played a lively tune on the piano from the veranda. Nathaniel and Rachel sat side by side, their hands intertwined. "You know," Nathaniel said, his eyes fixed on the vibrant scene before them, "there was a time when I thought my life ended the day of the accident." Rachel squeezed his hand gently. "But it wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a new chapter. Our chapter." As the golden sunlight bathed the estate, their laughter mingled with Lucas's joyful shouts, filling the air with the unmistakable sound of a family truly at peace. The journey that had begun with loss and struggle had transformed Astor Estate into a home brimming with love, hope, and purpose. The estate, once a symbol of isolation, now thrived with life and activity. Nathaniel found new meaning in his work, blending his business acumen with his personal experiences to drive initiatives for the Blake Carter Foundation. He regularly spoke at conferences, advocating for inclusivity and sharing his journey of resilience and rediscovery. Rachel often stood by his side, her strength and compassion a testament to the partnership they had built. Lucas thrived in his new environment, excelling at school and becoming the heart of the estate with his boundless energy and curiosity. He often boasted to his friends about the coolest soccer field ever and the dad who was the best referee in the world. One evening, as the family gathered on the terrace, Charlotte raised a toast. "To new beginnings," she said, her voice filled with pride. "To a house that's finally a home, to a family that's found its heart, and to the future you're all building together." Rachel, her hand resting on Nathaniel's, smiled warmly. "None of this would have been possible without everyone here. This isn't just our story. It's all of ours." Nathaniel looked at Lucas, who was animatedly telling a story about his latest soccer game. "You know," he said, his voice thoughtful, "I once thought I'd lost everything that mattered. But now, I see that life didn't take from me. It gave me something far greater." Rachel leaned in, her voice trembling with emotion. "It didn't just give us a second chance. It gave us a family." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Astor Estate, the family sat together, dreaming of a future full of endless possibilities. In that moment, they knew love, resilience, and hope had turned their trials into triumphs. Lena Whitmore sat in a small cafe in the heart of Florence, Italy, her gaze fixed on the cup of cappuccino that had long since gone cold. The scent of fresh coffee and pastries filled the air, the soft hum of conversation blending with the distant sound of a street guitarist playing a slow, melancholy tune. Outside, the golden hues of sunset painted the cobblestone streets. Couples walked hand in hand, lost in their own world. A romantic scene, one she might have once dreamed of. But 3 years ago, she chose to walk away. Back then, Lena had been a rising interior designer with a promising career at a prestigious firm. She had worked alongside Adrian Hale, a renowned architect, a man whose sharp eyes and quiet confidence commanded attention. He was the kind of man who always seemed to be in control, or at least, that was what she had thought. For months, they had maintained a strictly professional relationship. But then, on the final night of their project in Paris, everything changed. A light drizzle kissed the ancient streets, the dim glow of the hotel bar casting warm shadows. Exhausted from hours of finalizing blueprints, they had raised their glasses in celebration. "Just one drink, Lena. We've earned it." Adrian's voice had been softer than usual, almost inviting. One drink turned into two, then the conversation shifted. Dreams, sacrifices, the lonely nights spent chasing success, and before she knew it, the lines between them blurred. The first kiss in the elevator, the desperate pull of hands, the soft click of a hotel room door shutting behind them. By morning, reality struck with painful clarity. This couldn't happen again. Before Adrian even woke, Lena was gone. By noon, her resignation was sent. Now, in Florence, her fingers instinctively brushed against her stomach, a habit she had never quite broken in the past 3 years. There was no panic anymore, no fear. Only one lingering thought. If she had told Adrian back then, would things have been different? 3 years ago, when Lena saw the pregnancy test turn positive, her entire world shattered. She had left Paris, walked away from her job, from Adrian, believing it was the right thing to do. But she had never expected that one night would leave such a lasting consequence. And what terrified her the most was that she wasn't carrying just one, but 3 tiny lives growing inside her. The doctor had looked at her with quiet concern as she sat frozen in her chair, fingers digging into the fabric of her skirt. "Do you have any family or friends who can support you?" Lena only shook her head. No family, no close friends in this country, and certainly no Adrian Hale. She remembered those first few months, the endless nausea, the sleepless nights filled with fears she couldn't voice to anyone. But slowly, she learned to adapt. She left Paris, settling in a small town in southern Italy where no one knew her, where she could start over. 3 years later, Lena had built a new life, one she had crafted with her own hands. She ran a small yet successful interior design studio, gaining a loyal clientele with her talent and creativity. But more importantly, she had Elias, Leo, and Ava. Her 3 little miracles, the greatest things that had ever happened to her. Elias was bright, endlessly curious about the world. Leo was quieter, but when he smiled, it melted her heart. And Ava, her stubborn, sharp-eyed daughter, reminded Lena far too much of someone she had tried to forget. Adrian. Every day, as she looked at her children, she wondered if she had made the right decision. She had never told him. She had never given him the chance to know. But how could she? Adrian Hale was not a man who wanted a family. His life revolved around his career, about chasing greatness through the structures he built. Love, to him, had always been temporary. And if she had told him, would he have stayed? She had convinced herself that keeping the truth was for the best, for the children. But deep down, she knew. A part of her had been afraid. Afraid that if Adrian knew, he would see them as a duty, a responsibility, instead of something precious. So she kept her secret. Until that fateful day, when the past came crashing back, bringing Adrian Hale with it. It all started with a phone call. Lena was reviewing the final sketches for an upcoming project when her phone rang. A professional voice spoke on the other end. "We're very impressed with your design style and would love to invite you to collaborate on a high-profile project in Rome." Rome, a major step forward for her small studio. No one would turn down such an opportunity. What she didn't expect was that this project would bring her face-to-face with the one man she had spent 3 years running from. On her first day in Rome, Lena stepped into the conference room of the renowned architectural firm leading the project. She took a deep breath, maintaining her composure as she walked in, clutching her portfolio tightly. But the moment her eyes landed on a familiar figure at the head of the table, time froze. Adrian Hale. He looked up, his stormy gray eyes locking on to hers. For a split second, she saw a flicker of shock in them, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by that familiar, unreadable calm. "Lena Whitmore." His voice was slow, deliberate, as if he were savoring the sound of her name. "What a surprise." Lena tightened her grip on the documents in her hands, forcing herself to remain composed. I wasn't aware you were involved in this project. Is that so? His head tilted slightly, gaze never leaving hers. Because I had the impression you've been avoiding me for the past 3 years. Her heart pounded, but she refused to let it show. I've been focused on my work. The meeting continued with an underlying tension neither addressed. Lena kept her tone professional, but she could feel Adrian's eyes on her, unwavering, dissecting every reaction. As soon as the meeting ended, she gathered her materials quickly, eager to leave, but before she could step out, a firm hand caught her wrist. We need to talk. His voice was low, controlled, but there was no mistaking the steel beneath it. Lene pulled her hand away. There's nothing to talk about. You disappeared 3 years ago without a word. Adrian stepped closer, his gaze sharp and unrelenting. And now you suddenly show up, acting as if nothing happened? She swallowed hard. We were a mistake, Adrian. That's all. A mistake? A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Is that what you really think? Before she could answer, her phone rang. The number of the babysitter flashed across the screen. Elias has a high fever. Without another word, Lena turned and rushed out, leaving Adrian standing there with unanswered questions. But Adrian Hale was never a man who let things go. St. Maria Hospital, Rome. Lena rushed into the emergency ward, heart pounding. Where's Elias? The babysitter quickly pointed toward a private room. The doctor is examining him now. His fever was too high. Leo and Ava, her other 2 children, sat anxiously on the waiting room bench. Lena knelt before them, pulling them into a tight hug. It's going to be okay. Your brother will be fine. Standing a few meters away, Adrian watched, and his heart stopped. The boy, Leo, had the same stormy gray eyes as him. The girl, Ava, had her mother's determination, but her brow, her features, a flicker of suspicion ignited inside Adrian. Slowly he approached, crouching down to their level. Hey there. His voice was gentle, though his mind raced. What are your names? Ava, bold and unafraid, met his gaze. I'm Ava, this is Leo. Adrian smiled, though his pulse pounded in his ears. And who is that person in there? Do you know what's wrong with him? Leo shook his head. He's my brother Elias. He has a fever, but Mommy said the doctors will make him better. Mommy. The weight of that single word settled deep in Adrian's chest. He didn't need more confirmation. He already knew Lena had been hiding something. But he didn't confront her, not yet. Instead, when Lena became distracted speaking to the doctor, Adrian suddenly reached out, gently plucking a strand of Leo's hair. Then another, from Ava. Then another. An hour later, as he walked out of the hospital, he held 2 DNA samples in his hand. And soon, he would have the truth. Adrian didn't return to his office after leaving the hospital. Instead, he drove straight to a top-tier private DNA testing facility in central Rome, handing over the 2 strands of hair he had taken from Leo and Ava. I need DNA results as soon as possible. The technician gave him a sympathetic look. Normally, results take 3 to 5 days, but with priority processing, we can have them within 24 hours. Do it. His voice was cold, unyielding. Stepping out of the lab, Adrian's mind raced. The suspicion had been gnawing at him since the moment he saw the children in the hospital. Now he only needed undeniable proof. And 24 hours later, that proof arrived. A DNA report landed in his inbox. 99.99% paternal match confirmed. Adrian's entire body went rigid. He had braced himself for this, yet the moment he saw those numbers, something inside him snapped. Rage, betrayal, but most of all, an overwhelming sense of loss. Lena had kept this from him. 3 years, 3 children. She had never given him the chance to know, never given him the right to choose. He wasn't about to let that slide. That evening, when Lena returned to her apartment, she froze at the sight of Adrian standing by her door. His expression was dark, his usual controlled demeanor nowhere to be found. We need to talk. Lena swallowed hard. There's nothing to talk about, Adrian. Those children are mine. He threw the DNA report onto the table. And you kept them from me for 3 years. Lena's breath hitched. There was no denying it now. Adrian, Why, Lena? His voice was low, laced with raw hurt. Why did you take away my right to be their father? Did you really think I wouldn't care? Lena's throat tightened. You never wanted a family, Adrian. You made that clear 3 years ago. Your career always came first. So you decided for me? You thought I didn't deserve to know? Lena clenched her fists. I thought I was protecting them. Protecting them from me? Adrian let out a bitter laugh. Lena, you were wrong. They aren't just yours, they are mine. She took a step back as he stepped closer, his voice steady but intense. You can hate me all you want, but you don't get to erase me from my children's lives. Silence filled the room, heavy with unspoken wounds and shattered trust. But Adrian had made up his mind. He wasn't letting her walk away this time. The apartment was silent. Lena stood frozen, her heartbeat hammering in her chest as she faced Adrian. The DNA results sat on the table like a damning verdict. There was no escape now. What are you going to do? Her voice was quiet but firm. Adrian's gaze locked onto hers, his stormy gray eyes unreadable. I'm going to do what any father should. Lena clenched her fists. You can't just walk back into our lives after 3 years and expect to change everything. I have every right. Adrian stepped closer. And I won't let you disappear with them again. Lena turned away, battling the storm of emotions inside her. They don't need you, Adrian. Don't need me? His voice dropped dangerously low. Elias just landed in the hospital. Leo and Ava could have an emergency at any moment. Do you really think you can protect them all by yourself? Lena shut her eyes. She had raised them alone for 3 years, every second of every day. But deep down, though she hated admitting it, she knew a father could give them things she never could. You can't force me, she whispered. Adrian took another step forward, closing the distance between them. I don't need to force you, Lena. His voice was low, steady, carrying the weight of an undeniable truth. Because deep down, you know I'm right. Lena parted her lips, ready to argue, but before she could, a small voice interrupted from the doorway. Mommy? Lena spun around. Ava stood there, her big eyes flickering between her and Adrian. Adrian stilled. Ava blinked, then asked, Who are you? The words hit Adrian like a knife to the chest. They didn't know him. His own children had no idea who he was. And that was Lena's doing. But instead of lashing out, Adrian crouched down, lowering himself to Ava's eye level. His voice was calm, gentle, yet firm. I'm Adrian, he paused. I'm your dad. Ava tilted her head. Dad? Adrian nodded. And Lena felt her world crumble. Because for the first time in 3 years, she knew this was a secret she could no longer keep. Time seemed to stand still. Ava stood there, wide-eyed, staring at Adrian, the man she had never met before, yet the connection between them was undeniable. Adrian remained crouched, patient. Dad? Ava repeated, testing the word on her lips. Leo stepped out from the room, his stormy gray eyes an exact mirror of Adrian's, watching him intently. Mom, is it true? Lena swallowed hard, her heart constricting. She had thought she was protecting them by keeping the truth hidden. But now, looking into Ava's hopeful eyes, Leo's cautious gaze, and Adrian's unwavering expression, she realized she couldn't run anymore. Yes, her voice was barely above a whisper. Adrian is your father. The moment hung in the air, heavy with unspoken emotions. Ava was silent for a beat, then suddenly stepped closer, her tiny hands resting on Adrian's. So, do you know how to build puzzles? Adrian let out a low chuckle, a sound Lena had never heard before. He reached out, gently ruffling Ava's hair. I can learn. Leo stayed still, sizing Adrian up as if determining whether he could be trusted. Then, after a long pause, he nodded slightly. You're really tall. Adrian smiled. Does that mean you want to play basketball with me? Lena felt her throat tighten. This was what she had kept from them for 3 years. And now she knew she couldn't take it away from them any longer. She took a deep breath, locking eyes with Adrian. "We need to talk." Adrian nodded. "Yes, but this time, Lena, you don't get to decide alone." Lena knew this wasn't the end. It was the beginning of something new, something unexpected. A real family. Elias was discharged after 3 days of observation. Lena couldn't describe the relief she felt when the doctor confirmed that her son was finally okay. But what surprised her even more was that Adrian had stayed with them the entire time. He wasn't just watching from afar, he was there, truly present. He comforted Ava when she grew restless, played puzzles with Leo to keep him distracted, and sat beside Elias, reading to him until his fever broke. At first, the children were hesitant, but day by day, Adrian proved that he wasn't there out of obligation. He was there because he truly wanted to be their father. He took them to the park, taught Leo how to shoot a basketball, helped Ava build intricate castle models, and introduced Elias to books on architecture. Slowly, the drawings the children made on the walls of Lena's home began to include a new figure, a tall man with a warm smile. 6 months passed, and Adrian's bond with the children only deepened. But the biggest surprise of all was Lena. She was still afraid that Adrian might leave one day. But as she watched him care for their children, as she saw the way his eyes softened whenever he looked at them, her fear slowly began to fade. She didn't know exactly when she started trusting Adrian again. She only knew that every time he held Ava close after a nightmare or patiently guided Elias through a blueprint, she realized that Adrian had truly changed. One chilly autumn evening, Lena came home after a long day at work and immediately sensed something unusual. The apartment was dark, lit only by the flickering glow of candlelight. "What's going on?" she asked. Then 3 small figures stepped forward, each holding a sign with handwritten messages. "Mommy, do you want a complete family? Do you want us to always be together?" And finally, Elias, the eldest, held up the last sign. "Mommy, will you marry Daddy?" Lena turned around, her heart pounding as she saw Adrian kneeling behind her, a ring in his hand. "Lena," his voice was deep and steady, filled with emotion. "I let you go once, but this time I want to hold on to you, not just for the kids, but because I love you." Tears welled in Lena's eyes. She looked at their children, then back at Adrian, the man she once believed would never belong to a family. But now he was here, kneeling before her, ready to give up everything to keep her and their children. A laugh escaped her lips, mixing with her tears. Yes! They were married on a warm spring afternoon. Leo and Elias wore matching little suits, while Ava beamed in a white dress as the most beautiful flower girl. As Lena walked down the aisle, she saw Adrian standing there, his gaze filled with unwavering love. For the first time in years, she felt no fear. She knew that, at last, they had truly become a family. That evening, as the sun set over the garden, Adrian and Lena sat side by side, sipping tea, watching their children laugh and chase each other across the grass. He reached for her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "We finally found our way home." Lena leaned into him, smiling softly. Because after everything, love wasn't about perfection. It was about choosing to stay. It was about choosing to be a family. Hey there, lovely soul. Welcome back to Noah's Stories. Today, I've got a story that whispers to the softest part of us, about a man the world feared and the nurse who quietly saw the man behind the mask. No drama, no big speeches, just a bowl of soup, a porch light, and the kind of love that stays. Let's dive in. Julian Hart was a name that sent shivers through the publishing world, not because he was friendly or fair, but because he was feared. After surviving a high-profile private jet crash that made national headlines, he was admitted to New York's most elite private hospital, the kind where silence is paid for and kindness is often mistaken for weakness. His hospital room didn't look like a place for recovery. It looked more like a high-end penthouse. Oak-paneled walls, marble floors, fresh flowers replaced every morning. Everything in perfect order, except for the man at the center of it all, angry, frustrated, and quietly broken in places no scan could detect. 5 nurses had already been dismissed within 10 days. Each left with the same conclusion. He doesn't need care, he just needs someone to unload his fury on. But on the 11th morning, a young nurse from Maine walked in, calm, unshaken, unwilling to flinch or flee. Her name was Clara Evans. Julian didn't bother to look up when Clara entered. His voice sliced through the room, dry and sharp like cracking glass. "I don't need anyone here. Get out." No shouting, no rage, but the words struck like a gavel in a silent courtroom. Clara didn't move. No fluster, no hesitation. She calmly placed the tray of medical tools on the table, as if the hostility meant nothing. Then, after a beat of silence, she asked, softly, clearly, "Can you reach the wounds on your back by yourself?" Her words landed like silk and stung like truth. Julian finally looked up. Really looked. Her gaze held no fear, no challenge, just a calm so unnerving it stripped him of power, as if she didn't see the media tycoon, just a man in need of care. He scoffed. "Do you even know who I am?" Clara smiled. No nod, no denial. "I know you're not a superhero. Your spine fractured like anyone else's. Yesterday's incision needs dressing. Unless you'd prefer ICU for infection?" The air grew thick. Julian said nothing, but for the first time, he didn't ask her to leave. Clara pulled a chair closer and snapped on her gloves. "I'll stay silent if you want, but I'm here to do my job, and you need care, even if you hate that truth." No debate, no dominance, just truth. Spoken gently enough to make silence feel like surrender. Clara returned the next morning, her steps soft, her hands steady, the tray of medical tools balanced effortlessly in her grip. No one summoned her. No one stopped her. The door to room 807, the hospital's crown jewel, remained slightly ajar, like it had been waiting for her all along. She came again the next day, and the next. No announcements, no permission, just presence. Julian never told her to stay, but he no longer told her to leave. Between them formed a quiet treaty. No negotiations, no promises, just the simple shared understanding of 2 people existing in the same space, one healing from broken bones, the other from something more invisible. Clara didn't ask questions. She never brought up the crash, the headlines, or the rumors. Julian didn't ask about her hometown, her reasons for choosing nursing, or why her eyes looked older than her age. There were no stories traded, no pasts unpacked. Only tasks performed with quiet precision. The silence between them was not empty. It was weighty, dense, like the hush before snowfall or the thick stillness of a frozen lake, where everything seems calm, but beneath, everything is shifting. Julian remained distant, his tone clipped, responses minimal. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, something began to change. His shoulders seemed less tense when she entered. He stopped turning his face away when she changed his dressings. And once, only once, he asked if the antiseptic could be warmed before she applied it. That was all, but it was a crack. Clara said little, yet she brought a kind of quiet that made even the monitors in the room seem to beat more gently. She didn't fill the silence, she gave it shape. She didn't make herself invisible, but neither did she demand attention. Julian noticed things he'd never noticed before. The way she always tested the water temperature before touching his skin. How she kept a spare thermometer in her pocket, not because protocol required it, but because she'd once had to wait for a replacement, and that made her patient wait too. How her hands worked gently, but her eyes never drifted. Always focused, always grounded. But most of all, he noticed her gaze. It didn't say, "I pity you." It didn't say, "I'm doing my job." It simply said, "I see you." And in that gaze, Julian found something unfamiliar, the absence of judgment. They never spoke of connection, never acknowledged the invisible thread forming between them, but both felt it. Not love, not yet, but something that hummed softly beneath the surface, like a truth waiting to be spoken. One afternoon, as Clara walked out, Julian found himself turning his head, just slightly, just enough to watch her leave. He didn't know why he did it. He only knew that for the first time in years, he was afraid of something simple, that tomorrow she might not come back. That afternoon, the sky was thick with clouds, pressed against the hospital windows like a warning. But the storm didn't come from the sky. It came from the heart of a woman who had been quiet for far too long. Julian sat at the edge of the bed, draped in his gray patient gown, eyes locked on his tablet screen, pretending to follow market headlines, pretending they mattered more than the growing emptiness inside him. Clara entered with a tray of bandages, her steps as calm as ever. He didn't look up, but his voice cut sharp and cold. "Don't make it hurt like last time. You know I hate the feeling of skin being pulled open." Clara said nothing, calmly pulling on her gloves. Julian kept going, his words sharper now, designed to wound. "I've hired the best in the world for this. Compared to them, you're more intern than nurse." And that's when the storm truly hit. Clara looked up. Her voice wasn't soft anymore. It carried a different weight, dignity and exhaustion wrapped into one. "You can fire me, call the manager, I'll walk out right now. But don't you ever mistake someone's kindness for something you can buy or dismiss." Julian was silent, thrown off, but she wasn't finished. "I'm not here to save you. I'm just doing what a human being ought to do, offering the bare minimum of decency we owe one another. And if you think that's weakness, then you've understood nothing about strength." Silence fell. Only the soft hum of the air purifier remained. And Julian, for the first time, lowered his head, not because he lost, but because he finally understood she had never been playing his game at all. Clara didn't come back that night, and Julian tried to convince himself it meant nothing, maybe a shift change, maybe staff rotation, nothing worth dwelling on. He had replaced hundreds of employees in his company without blinking, removed names from payroll like deleting files. But when he woke the next morning with a strange heaviness across his chest, he knew this was different. The knock came at exactly 7:45, no soft voice asking, "May I come in?" Just the rattling wheels of a medical cart and a tired woman's voice. "Good morning, Mr. Hart. I'm Nurse Helen. I'll be covering your morning shift." No smile, no careful glance, no gentle small talk, just quick, efficient movements, cold and practiced, like wiping down a surface, not tending to a person. Julian lay still, eyes open but unfocused, and in the fog of his mind, an old, buried thought surfaced. "I need her to come back." Helen removed his bandages with precision. There was no pain, no mistakes, but something was missing, not skill, not accuracy, presence. Clara didn't just change dressings. She left behind something that lingered. The feeling of being seen. When Helen closed the door behind her, the room returned to its default state, clean, bright, lifeless. And Julian realized something he'd never allowed himself to believe before. Not everyone is replaceable. And she was the one person he couldn't afford to lose. Julian couldn't sit still, not from pain, but from the growing ache of absence. He reached for the hospital phone, and for the first time, his voice didn't issue an order. It carried a plea. "I'd like to see Nurse Clara Evans." There was a pause on the other end. "I'm sorry. Miss Evans has been reassigned to general care. She's no longer on VIP duty. Julian closed his eyes and sighed, not in anger, but in quiet defeat. Then, more softly than ever before, "I'm requesting her, not for convenience, not for protocol. I need her." Later that afternoon, the medical supervisor entered his room with a shift reassignment form. Under reason were checkboxes: expertise, rapport, patient morale. Julian left them all blank. He picked up the pen and wrote by hand at the bottom, "Because she's the only one who never treated me like a failed investment." At 4:30 p.m., Clara received a folded note from admin. No envelope, no explanation, just room 807.5 p.m. Julian. At 5, she stepped in, unsure what to expect, but there he was, still in his hospital bed. No guards, no assistants, just a man, learning how to be honest. Julian met her eyes. His voice wasn't sharp this time. "You once said I could fire you, but now all I want is not to lose you." Clara didn't move. The world fell quiet. For a moment there was no nurse, no patient, no walls, no war. Just one man offering the only thing he had left. "If you come back, I promise I'll learn how to be someone worth staying for." A week later, the wounds on Julian's back had started to heal, but what was happening inside him, the parts no scan could capture, had only just begun. Clara returned to room 807 like she had never left, but something was different. Not with her, with him. Julian no longer stared blankly at the ceiling. When she walked in, he looked up. And for the first time, he said, "Good morning." 3 simple words, but to Clara, they weighed more than any expensive gift. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. The silences between them were no longer brittle. They had softened, become breathable. Julian didn't suddenly turn warm, but he started asking small questions. "Did you get lunch? How was the night shift? Do you like working here?" And most importantly, he listened when she answered. 3 weeks, Julian could finally stand on his own with help from a walker and more determination than pride. His doctors called it impressive recovery. Then, one afternoon, as autumn leaves began drifting past the hospital windows, the ground floor rec room, usually dim and empty, glowed with soft light. The ground floor rec room, usually empty, had been quietly rearranged. Soft lighting, a long table with the white cloth, a few trays of cookies and juice. Nothing grand. But at the center stood a handwritten card. A small gathering in gratitude for the medical team who cared for Julian Hart. At first, no one believed it. "He invited us? What's the catch?" But curiosity won. Slowly, one by one, night shift nurses, residents, technicians, they came. The room held a breath, unsure of what would happen next. Julian stood at the head of the table. No assistant, no speechwriter, just him. He looked around the room, then said in a voice that didn't try to impress, only to be understood, "I used to think I didn't need anyone, that if I paid people on time, I owed them nothing more." He paused, took a breath. "I was wrong, and I learned that from one person in this room." Every eye turned to Clara. She stood near the back, her shift notebook still in hand, but for the first time, her eyes weren't guarded, just quietly watching. Julian found her gaze and simply nodded. No applause followed, no dramatic ending, but in that moment, something permanent shifted in the air. Because if Julian Hart could say those words out loud, then maybe no one was beyond change. A few quiet weeks after that afternoon of gratitude, Clara left the hospital. No grand goodbye, she moved to a small riverside town, where no one knew she once cared for one of the most powerful men in America. On a still Sunday afternoon, as she folded blankets on her porch, she heard a car pull up. She looked up. Julian stepped out, not as Mr. Hart, but as himself. He carried a bouquet of wildflowers in a small paper bag. He stood at the white wooden gate, eyes uncertain but clear. "Last time you took care of me. Today I came to ask, if someday you're tired, would you let me take care of you?" No rehearsed speech, no grand gesture. Just a bowl of soup he had made with care, and a handful of honest flowers. Clara looked at him. A pause. Then she walked to the front door, opened it slowly, smiled softly, and said, "Come in." Julian didn't return to New York after that afternoon. He didn't go back to the high-rise office. He didn't continue managing the publishing empire that bore his name. He handed over the CEO position, sold his shares, and chose what he once believed was weakness: peace. 1 month later, Clara discovered that the house next to hers, a small place with a wooden porch and bougainvillea vines, had been rented. The next morning, she saw him. No expensive suits, just a man in a rolled-up shirt trying to fix a porch swing. When their eyes met across the white fence, he smiled, the most genuine smile she had ever seen from him. "I won't bother you," Julian said. "I just thought being a neighbor is better than waiting to be invited in." From that day on, every Sunday morning, Julian knocked on her door with something homemade: a clumsy apple pie, a pot of warm soup, or sometimes just coffee and 2 porcelain cups. He didn't rush. He didn't speak of coming back. He was simply there by the fence, between little conversations and quiet smiles. Clara gradually got used to the regular knocking, to the way he asked, "Did you like this?" to the way he looked at her, not hurried, not possessive, just someone learning how to love the right way. Summer passed, then fall, and on an early winter morning when the first snow had just dusted the porch, Julian didn't knock. He waited for her to open the door. In his hands wasn't a tray of food, but a small, dark, wooden box. "I've spent my whole life in luxurious rooms, but nowhere has ever felt like home," he said. He opened the box. Inside was a simple silver ring. Underneath it, a small note written in his slanted handwriting: "Would you be my home?" Clara looked at him for a long time. No tears, no rush. She just stepped down the wooden steps, took his hand, and nodded. They held their wedding the following spring, right in the backyard of that small house. No famous guests, no press. Just a few neighbors, some old friends from the hospital, and the sound of birdsong among blooming branches. Clara wore a simple white dress. Julian wore an apron instead of a suit. He baked the wedding cake himself, following a recipe he had practiced over and over. She picked flowers from the vine by the porch. No one made long speeches, but as they stood hand in hand under the bougainvillea, everyone understood. This wasn't just a promise. It was the end of a journey and the beginning of something truly worthy of being called love. Not every love begins with fireworks. Sometimes it starts with silence and grows in the space between 2 hearts learning to heal. If this story touched something in you, give it a like, hit subscribe, and share it with someone who believes in quiet love. Until next time, stay gentle, stay hopeful, and keep choosing love.
A second chance. Prepare for a revelation that will leave you breathless. Do you believe in second chances, or is fate already written? Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video so you don't miss any of our stories. Julian Vance, or so the world believed, had it all. At 32, he was the CEO of Apex Global, a multi-billion-dollar tech empire built on artificial intelligence and cloud innovation, based in vibrant New York City. His face graced the covers of magazines. He gave keynote speeches at global summits, and he shook hands with the most influential figures. Every photo showed him as impeccable: dark hair, perfectly styled, penetrating eyes that held a cold, calculated indifference, and a smile capable of sealing deals before a contract was even read. He lived in a penthouse overlooking Central Park, drove a custom-designed electric sports car, and wore bespoke suits worth more than most people's rent. To everyone looking in, he was flawless, ambitious, disciplined, and destined for greatness. But there was one thing Julian didn't have, and for which he had once risked everything: love. 5 years earlier, before he fully stepped into his CEO role, Julian had been with someone who didn't fit into the life plan his family had laid out for him. Her name was Amelia Hayes. She wasn't a socialite or a tech investor. She wasn't born rich. She was a graduate student from Portland, studying architecture with scholarships and odd jobs, with paint on her jeans and notebooks full of messy sketches. She had long brown hair, expressive blue eyes, and a way of looking at Julian that made him feel like he was more than his title. With her, he didn't have to perform. With her, he laughed louder, slept better, and dreamed more freely. They met at a charity event he had only attended out of obligation. She was helping set up stage lights, and he bumped into her while checking his phone. It was the most human moment he'd had in months. Their relationship blossomed in private. Long walks through Greenwich Village, takeout on rooftops, late-night conversations about dreams and fears. She didn't care about his money. She teased him about his expensive watch and refused to let him pay her rent. She made him feel real in a world where everything about him seemed orchestrated. For the first time in his life, he imagined a future that didn't revolve around quarterly earnings or board meetings. He pictured a small wedding on the Oregon coast, a cozy home, kids with blue eyes and wild energy. He imagined Amelia in every version of that future, but his parents had other plans. When they learned about Amelia, the reaction was immediate and brutal. His father, Mr. Vance, chairman of the board, and one of the coldest men Julian had ever known, called him into his office and put it plainly. "She is not your equal. She dilutes your image. Marry her, and we will begin the process of removing you from the succession." His mother didn't bother to hide her disdain either. "Do you really want to embarrass the family?" she asked. "What will the shareholders think when they see you with someone so common?" Julian tried to resist. He fought. He told them he didn't care about perception. But Apex Global wasn't just a company. It was an empire, passed down for 3 generations. His name was a brand. His face was an investment. And as the pressure mounted, from family, from the board, from advisors reminding him of his obligations, Julian felt the walls closing in. Worst of all, he never told Amelia the truth. He simply ended it one day. No explanation. No discussion. He said he needed to focus on his career and walked out of her apartment, leaving behind the woman he had imagined forever with. Amelia called once, then twice. Then she stopped. He never answered. He buried himself in work and tried to convince himself that it had been necessary, that it was for the best. But not a single day went by that he didn't think of her, that he didn't see something that reminded him of the life he had left behind. He missed her laugh, the way she said his name when she was angry, the way she made him feel like a man, not a product. Still, he never sought her out, because admitting he was wrong would mean facing everything he had given up. And at that time, Julian Vance didn't know how to face regret. Not yet. What would you do if the person you love vanished without an explanation? Comment your thoughts below. A mother's strength, Amelia Hayes had never believed in fairy tales, but falling in love with Julian Vance had felt dangerously close to one. For a brief time, it had been more than she had ever dreamed possible. She remembered the warmth in his eyes when he looked at her as if she were the only person in the world. She remembered the nights on the rooftop when the city lights made the sky seem endless, and Julian would whisper about wanting to escape the world of cameras and boardrooms just to live a normal life. With her, she believed him. She believed every word, every unfinished promise in the spaces between kisses and silences. But one day, he was just gone. No goodbye, no explanation, just a cold, carefully worded message that he needed space to focus on his future. She had waited for him. She tried to find him. She left one long, desperate voicemail, then another. But the silence that followed wasn't empty. It was deliberate. It was final. And so she stopped waiting. Amelia poured herself into her work, pouring her heartbreak into blueprints and deadlines, trying to lose herself in her studies. But only a few weeks later, she started to feel the changes in her body, the fatigue, the nausea, the missed period. She told herself it was stress, but when she took a pregnancy test and saw the result, her breath caught. She didn't cry. She just stood in the bathroom, staring at the word positive, as if it were written in a foreign language. Then, she sat on the edge of her bed and said nothing for a very, very long time. The doctor confirmed her pregnancy, but the ultrasound revealed something she hadn't expected. 2 heartbeats. Twins. 2 lives growing inside her. 2 reminders of a man who had walked away without looking back. She considered calling him again. She imagined what she would say. But then she remembered the voicemail, the cold response from his assistant, the way he had disappeared as if she meant nothing. And she knew she couldn't put herself through that again. So she didn't call. She didn't write. She deleted his number. She accepted, deep in her soul, that he was not coming back. Amelia decided to leave New York. There was no place for her there anymore. She got a job in a smaller city, Portland, at a modest architecture firm where no one asked questions about her past. She rented a small apartment and lived carefully, saving every dime. The twin pregnancy was difficult, but she was tougher. She worked through swollen feet, sleepless nights, and the fear of being completely alone in the world. She took prenatal vitamins with food stamps. She skipped meals to pay for baby clothes. And when the time came, she gave birth to 2 healthy, beautiful boys, Noah and Max. They had blonde hair from the start, and the bluest eyes she had ever seen. It was like looking at 2 small versions of the man she had once loved. At first, it broke her heart to see him in their faces. But over time, that feeling softened into something else, something fiercer. Love. Not for what could have been, but for what was. Her boys were everything. They were wild, loud, messy, and perfect. They were the reason she got out of bed when her body ached and her bank account hit 0. She worked late into the night. She took on freelance jobs. She took commissions, drawing blueprints for storefronts, cafes, even barns. Anything that would keep the lights on. She fed her boys, clothed them, kissed their scraped knees, and read them bedtime stories, even when she was too tired to stand. Amelia never mentioned Julian's name, not once. When the boys asked her why they didn't have a dad, she told them the truth, softly, that sometimes people leave because they are scared of love, and it isn't their fault, or ours either. She didn't speak of revenge. She didn't dwell on the past. She poured all her energy into raising 2 curious and brave little boys who had no idea they carried a last name that had once dominated a city. And yet, late at night, when they were asleep, she sometimes found herself wondering what Julian would say if he saw them. Would he recognize them as his? Would he feel anything? Or would he do what he did best? Turn away and pretend nothing mattered? She told herself it didn't matter, that she didn't care, that she had built a life without him. And it was true, but fate, as always, had other plans. Do you believe in destiny? Or do we write our own story? Leave a comment with your theories, and don't forget to like this video if you're enjoying the story. An impossible moment. The invitation came unexpectedly, hidden in Amelia's humble email inbox with a generic subject line: Architectural Futures Forum. Speaker selection. At first, she assumed it was a mistake. She had never presented at a major event, let alone one in Los Angeles. But the message was real. They had reviewed her design proposal for a women's shelter, sustainable, low cost, and community-focused, and they wanted her to speak on the panel. It wasn't paid, but they would cover travel and lodging. It was the opportunity she had dreamed of for years, and the kind of recognition she never thought she would receive as a single mother of two. Working quietly in the architecture world, she only hesitated for a moment. Then she said yeah. Coming back to the big city after 5 years felt surreal. Everything looked the same, but nothing felt familiar. She arrived with Noah and Max, 2 energetic 5-year-olds who asked endless questions on the flight, who looked at the skyline with wide-eyed wonder, and said the buildings looked like Lego towers. She dressed them smartly for the forum, in small collared shirts and clean sneakers, and packed a bag full of coloring books and snacks to keep them busy while she presented. She had no one to watch them, and she wasn't going to let that stop her. They sat patiently near the back of the exhibition space as she stood next to her model of the shelter, her palms slightly sweaty, her heart racing. The event was held in a downtown skyscraper with glass walls wrapping around the venue and sunlight pouring in. She tried not to think about the possibility of running into anyone she knew. Los Angeles was big. He wouldn't be here. Why would he be? Then she heard his voice. She was in the middle of answering a question from a reporter when the voice cut through the air, low, confident, and too familiar to ignore. She froze. Her stomach clenched before her eyes confirmed it. Julian Vance was less than 20 feet away, laughing softly with a group of smartly dressed sponsors. He hadn't changed. Blonde hair still impeccable. Posture as natural as ever, but now older, more weathered. His expression was calm until it landed on her. Amelia saw the moment he took it all in. First confusion, then shock, then something deeper. His eyes shifted from her to the 2 little boys sitting on the floor behind her table, coloring quietly on the carpet. Time slowed down. Julian's face went pale. His gaze locked on the twins, and Amelia could see the gears turning, fast and desperate. She didn't move. She didn't smile. She didn't look away. He walked toward her. She tensed, gripping the edge of the display table as if it could anchor her to the floor. The people around them seemed to fade into background noise. The city, the forum, the years. All of it shrank to this one impossible moment. He stopped in front of her, his voice barely audible. "Amelia." She didn't respond. He looked down at the boys again, then back at her, visibly shaken. "Are they?" She held his gaze. "Yes," she said, calm and quiet. "They're yours." He stepped back, stunned. For a moment, he looked like someone who had just been punched. "I didn't know," he said. "I had no idea." "I know," she replied, her voice firm. "I tried. You made sure I couldn't contact you." He blinked, trying to process everything. "But why didn't you try again?" Amelia laughed softly, bitter and tired. "I did. I left messages. I sent letters. Your assistant told me never to call again. I assumed you had made your choice." Julian looked down. The weight of understanding settled heavily on his face. He turned to look at the boys again, still not knowing who he was. Noah looked up, smiled, and waved at him innocently. "I need to talk to you," Julian said, his voice barely breaking. Amelia crossed her arms. "You want to talk now? After 5 years? At a public event?" He hesitated. Then he nodded slowly. "Yes, I need to explain, and I need to understand." She stared at him for a long time. The pain she had buried deep bubbled back up, but she didn't let him see it. "Not here, not yet. You don't get to come back like nothing happened," she said. But if you really want to understand, start by learning their names. Julian looked at her, and something broke open in his eyes. He turned to the boys again. He knelt down and asked softly, "What are your names?" The twins looked at him, puzzled but curious. "I'm Noah," one said. "I'm Max," the other added. "What's your name?" Julian smiled sadly. "I'm Julian." They didn't recognize him. Why would they? Amelia watched from behind the table, her heart pounding. This wasn't the moment she had prepared for. She never thought it would come. And yet, here they were. Not as strangers, not yet as a family. But something had started to change. The truth had finally come to light, and nothing would ever be the same. The truth has come to light. Do you think Julian deserves a second chance? What would you do in Amelia's shoes? Leave your opinions in the comments, and subscribe for more incredible stories like this. Earning trust, Julian didn't sleep that night. After the forum, after the longest, most shocking day of his life, he returned to his penthouse, a place that once felt like the pinnacle of success and now felt hollow, stripped of meaning. The image of the two boys lingered in his mind, haunting and vivid. Noah and Max. Their names echoed in his thoughts like a mantra he had never known he needed. He could still see their eyes, so familiar it ached in his chest, and the way they had looked at him without recognition. They didn't know him. They didn't know he existed. And that realization, more than anything, tore him apart. The next morning, he ordered a private DNA test. He didn't tell anyone. Not his assistant, not his legal team, not his parents. This wasn't about legality. It was about something he couldn't name, something urgent and personal, as if he needed permission to believe the truth, even though every part of him already knew it. The results came back 3 days later. 99% match. There was no denying it. He was their father. Julian stared at the document in silence for a long time. Then he folded it carefully and put it in a drawer, as if it were something sacred and heavy. Not a piece of paper, but a door that had just been opened. A door he had unknowingly locked from the outside 5 years ago. He contacted Amelia through the event coordinator, not wanting to push too hard. She agreed to meet him, once, at a small cafe in the Malasanya neighborhood. No lawyers, no assistants, just them. She arrived with her usual quiet strength, dressed simply, her hair pulled back. She looked tired, but serene, and more beautiful than he remembered. Life had shaped her in new ways. It had added a gravity to her gaze that hadn't been there before. He stood when she walked in. She didn't smile. They sat across from each other, two people with years of pain between them, and two children, who, unbeknownst to them, connected them forever. For a long moment, they said nothing. The noise of the cafe hummed around them, cups clinking, milk steaming, quiet conversations. "I got the results," Julian said finally. "They're mine." Amelia nodded. "I know." He ran a hand through his hair, struggling to find words that meant enough. "I don't know what to tell you." She looked at him, her eyes clear. "Then don't say anything you don't mean." "I mean all of it now," he said. "Amelia, I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know." "I believe you," she said. "But that doesn't erase what happened." He looked down, shame washing over him. "I wanted to fight for you. I was going to. But my parents, the board, it all came crashing down. I didn't know how to be the man they expected and the man you needed. You chose them," she said, without malice. "You walked away." He nodded slowly. "I did. And I had to raise them without you," she continued. "While you were building empires, I was building cribs. While you were giving speeches, I was trying to find enough for dinner." Julian winced. Her words weren't cruel. They were simply true, and they hit harder than he had anticipated. "I'm not asking for forgiveness," he said. "Not yet. I just want a chance to know them, to be a part of their lives, even if it's small. Even if it's—" He paused, his voice wavering. "I can't go back, Amelia, but I can show up now. I can try." She studied him carefully. "They don't know you. They don't even know what a father is. To them, I am their whole world. I don't want to take anything away from you," he said quickly. "I just want to add to what you've built." Amelia exhaled slowly. "They're 5 years old. They don't understand betrayal or loyalty, but they do understand presence. You don't get to come and go. You don't get to start and stop. If you want to be in their lives, it has to be all the way." "I'm all in," he said without hesitation. "Whatever it takes." She nodded, still cautious, but something in her posture softened. "Then you'll start slow. Pick them up from school one day. Come to the park. Sit with them. Let them come to you. If they ask questions, answer them honestly. If they run from you, don't chase. Just stay there." Julian nodded, humbled. "Okay, I can do that." Leaving the cafe, they didn't part with hugs or promises. Just an understanding, a fragile agreement between two people who no longer loved each other, but who were forever connected. Amelia walked ahead, and Julian followed her at a respectful distance. Not as a partner, not yet as a father, but as a man finally trying to make right what had once gone so terribly wrong. Do you think the path to fatherhood is easy? What does present mean to you in a relationship? Leave your comments, and don't forget that your support is essential for us to continue sharing these stories. Subscribe. Earning the title. Julian didn't expect the word to come so soon. It had been nearly 3 months since he started seeing Noah and Max regularly. He never missed a visit. He was never late. He learned to sit in silence when they were in a bad mood, to engage when they asked for help with puzzles, and to listen when they just needed to talk, even if what they were saying made little sense. He was careful not to push too fast. He had accepted the fact that for now, he was just Julian, the man who brought good snacks, played tag without checking his phone, and laughed at their jokes even when they didn't land. But something had shifted. It was a Saturday afternoon. Amelia had an interview for a new design contract, and she asked Julian if he could watch the boys for a few hours. He agreed immediately, and she dropped them off at his penthouse, which he had recently made kid-friendly, even though he never thought he would need to. Toys now lived in woven baskets in the living room. A small table with crayons and construction paper sat by the window. The fridge was stocked with juice boxes, string cheese, and the kind of cereal with marshmallows he didn't approve of, but bought anyway because they loved it. That afternoon, they built an elaborate pillow fort between the sofas, complete with tunnels and a command center made from old shoe boxes and flashlights. Noah declared himself captain. Max insisted on being science officer because he'd brought a magnifying glass. Julian played along as Commander Dad, a name Max made up in the middle of their game, and said without thinking. Julian froze for a second, caught off guard by the word. "Dad." He didn't respond immediately, worried that if he reacted too much, Max would take it back. So he just smiled and went along with the game. But inside, he was a whirlwind of emotion. The word kept echoing in his mind. He hadn't earned it yet. Or maybe he had. Slowly, in pieces. Not through grand gestures, but through consistency, time, and quiet love. Later that evening, after they had eaten takeout and were lying under the pillow fort, still watching a cartoon, Max snuggled up to him and looked at him. "Can I call you Dad now, or do I have to wait?" Julian felt a lump in his throat. He looked at Max's small, serious face, then at Noah, who was also watching him, silently holding his favorite stuffed dinosaur. Julian reached out and pulled both of them close. "You can call me whatever feels right," he said, his voice cracking. "But if you want to call me Dad, I would be very proud of that." Max nodded. Noah gave him a small smile, the kind that says more than words. That night, Amelia came to pick them up. She found them asleep on the floor, Max lying on Julian's chest. Noah snuggled up beside him, both snoring softly. Julian had fallen asleep too, his arm protectively around both of them, the TV still on silently in the background. She didn't wake them right away. She stood there for a long moment, just watching. Something inside her, something that had been locked away, started to shift. She saw the way Julian held them in his sleep, as if they had always been there. She saw how safe they looked, how peaceful. When she finally woke him, Julian stirred slowly, blinking as he realized where he was and what time it was. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "We must have fallen asleep." Amelia shook her head. They were happy. That's all that matters. As he gently lifted the boys and helped her get them to the car, he looked at her. "Max called me Dad today," he said quietly. "He asked if it was okay." Amelia didn't speak right away. Then she looked at him and said, "He wouldn't have asked if he didn't already feel it." The ride home was quiet. Julian was in the back seat with the boys, holding their hands as they slept. Amelia looked in the rearview mirror, and something inside her settled for the first time in a long time. The walls she had built to protect herself, understandable, necessary walls, began to come down. Not all at once, but piece by piece. That night, Julian couldn't sleep. He lay awake in his apartment, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the way Max had looked when he said the word. Dad. It wasn't a title you could claim. It had to be given, earned, and now it had been. In the silence of that night, for the first time in years, Julian felt complete. Not because of success or wealth or reputation, but because two small boys had chosen to let him in. Not as a guest, not as a visitor, but as their father. A father is built with love and presence. What do you think Julian will do now? Don't miss the conclusion of this moving story. Share this video and give it a big like. The final stand. Julian hadn't planned to confront his parents. He had avoided it for months, repressing the urge every time it arose in him, focusing instead on showing up for Noah and Max, on earning Amelia's cautious trust, on building something genuine from the pieces of the life he had once destroyed. But a point came when the silence no longer felt like strength. It felt like surrender. The more he leaned into fatherhood, the more he saw what he had almost lost forever, and the more unbearable it became to know his parents had stolen it from him with a smile and a firm handshake. He had to face them, not for closure, but for clarity. He needed them to see what they had done, and more importantly, what he would never allow them to do again. He arrived at the Vance estate on a crisp Sunday morning. It was exactly as he remembered, impeccably landscaped, cold, and silent. A place designed for appearances, not for comfort. His father received him in the library, sitting in the same leather armchair where so many past conversations had been framed as sermons. His mother appeared moments later, pristine as always, with an unreadable expression. "I'm surprised you came," his father said, lacing his hands together. "We didn't expect to hear from you again." Julian didn't sit down. He stood near the fireplace, his posture calm but unyielding. "We need to talk. About Amelia. About the boys." His mother stiffened at the mention of her. "We warned you years ago." Julian turned to her, his voice sharp but controlled. "You didn't warn me. You lied to me. You blocked letters. You ignored calls. You told people to keep her away from me." His father's eyes narrowed. "We did what was necessary to protect your future. You were emotional, unfocused. You would have thrown away your entire legacy for a girl who had nothing." Julian took a deep breath, the fury building in his chest. "That girl is the mother of my children. Children you didn't even bother to know existed. She raised them alone, with nothing, and they turned out better than anything this family has ever produced." His mother stood, her voice tight. "Don't be dramatic. Do you think we haven't sacrificed for you? For this name? Your success. My success." Julian cut in. "You have nothing to do with this name anymore. The company, the image, the money. None of it matters if it costs me my humanity. You tried to make me choose between love and legacy, and I listened. I walked away from the only real thing I had, but I will not make that mistake again." There was a heavy silence. His father leaned back, his tone suddenly colder, more strategic. "So what now? You'll go back to some little house with a woman and pretend you're a family man? You think the world will swallow that?" Julian looked at him, disgusted. "I don't care what the world swallows. I care what Noah and Max see when they look at me. I care what kind of man I am when I tuck them in at night. And I care about the woman who carried that weight when I walked away." His mother opened her mouth, but he didn't let her speak. "I'm not here for your blessing. I'm here to tell you that your control ends here. If you cannot accept my family, you will not be a part of our lives. That is your choice, but I'm done living under your version of success." They didn't respond right away. There was a crack in the room, a visible fracture in the illusion of power they had always held over him. For the first time, Julian wasn't the boy looking for approval. He was the man drawing a line. "I pity you," he added in a low voice. "You'll never know them. You'll never get to hear Noah explain how he thinks the moon controls feelings, or see the way Max draws his dreams. You'll miss it all. And one day you'll realize you traded your grandchildren for control." He turned and walked out, leaving them in their perfect, empty house. When he returned to his apartment, Amelia and the boys were waiting. She looked up when he walked in, reading his face instantly. "You told them?" she said. He nodded. "Everything? And?" "They didn't take it well." Amelia walked closer. "Do you regret it?" Julian looked at his sons, who were building block towers on the floor, their laughter echoing through the room. "Not for a second," he said. That night, after the boys were in bed, Amelia handed him a small box. Inside was a photograph, one she had taken weeks ago when he wasn't looking. He was sitting on the park grass, Max in his lap, Noah leaning on his side, all three of them caught in the middle of a laugh. She had had it printed, framed, a silent gesture, a thank you, a beginning. Julian held the photo for a long time before placing it on the bookshelf next to the boys' art projects. He no longer needed anyone else's validation but theirs. His family, his future, the life he finally chose on his own terms. True success. Autumn in Los Angeles has a way of softening everything. The sharp angles of the buildings blurred under the golden light. The noise of traffic seemed gentler, and even the wind carried a kind of calm. For Julian, the change in seasons mirrored what was happening inside him. Something that had been cold for a long time had begun to thaw, and in its place was a warmth he once feared he didn't deserve. It had been almost a year since he first learned about Noah and Max, and every day since had been a choice. He had chosen them. He had chosen Amelia. He had chosen to show up again and again, not as the perfect man, but as a present man. Life wasn't perfect, but it was full. His morning started with spilled cereal, mismatched socks, and the chaos of getting 2 5-year-olds out the door. His nights ended with bedtime stories and small hands snuggled into his shirt as they fell asleep beside him. His penthouse had long since transformed from a sleek, lifeless bachelor pad into a warm, lived-in home, where finger paintings adorned the walls and small sneakers were always thrown near the door. The boys now called him Dad, without hesitation, sometimes with excitement, sometimes with frustration, sometimes in whispers when they needed comfort. And each time, it still hit him with the quiet force of wonder. Amelia had softened too. Not completely. There were still moments when the weight of her history made her pull back a little, but those moments were fewer now, and they were always followed by something small, but significant. A look, a hand on his back, an unfinished but understood phrase. They had rebuilt trust, not through dramatic apologies or grand gestures, but through the simple rhythm of shared responsibility and mutual care. He respected her more than ever, not just for raising the boys alone, but for doing it without letting her pain turn her bitter. She had every reason to shut him out forever, but she didn't. And that forgiveness, unspoken but felt, was the greatest gift he had ever been given. One Saturday morning, as the boys played in the living room and Amelia made coffee in the kitchen, Julian stood at the window with a small box in his hand. It wasn't velvet or a brand name. It was simple, clean, and carefully chosen. Inside was a ring, delicate but strong. He had spent months thinking about how to propose. At first, he pictured something big. Roses, photographers, some grand gesture with the Los Angeles skyline in the background. But that wasn't their story. Their story had been rebuilt in quiet hours, in soft apologies, in hallways littered with Legos and crayon-signed notes. He didn't need fireworks. He needed the truth. He walked into the kitchen and waited for her to look up. She raised an eyebrow at the seriousness of his face. "What happened?" she asked. "Nothing," he said. "That's the point." He took her hand and led her to the living room where the boys were still playing. They looked up, curious but not surprised. Julian knelt down, and for a moment everything around them faded into quiet. "I don't want to rewrite the past," he said. "I just want to write the rest of the story with you in it, as your partner, as the father of our children, as the man who finally understands what it means to love fully and show up completely." Amelia's eyes glistened, but she didn't cry. She was too strong for that. She smiled, small at first, then wider, and she nodded. "Yes," she said simply, "because I don't need perfection. I just need you." The boys cheered, not entirely sure what had just happened, but sensing it was a good thing. They piled into his arms, unbalancing him until they all fell into a laughing heap on the carpet. Life. The wedding came a few months later. It wasn't extravagant. It didn't need to be. They held it in the small community garden Amelia had helped design years ago in the heart of Portland. Close friends gathered, sitting quietly among rows of late-blooming marigolds and ivy-covered fences. The boys wore matching vests and carried the rings, too excited to walk slowly down the aisle. Amelia wore a simple ivory dress, her hair down, with a daisy tucked behind one ear. Julian couldn't stop smiling as she walked toward him, her steps firm, her eyes locked on his. There were no speeches about destiny or quotes from poems, just vows spoken from the heart, short, honest, unpolished. Promises to choose each other, not just on the bright days, but on the difficult ones too. Promises to be a team of parents, to make mistakes and to forgive them, to hold each other accountable, and to hold each other close. When they kissed, it wasn't the kind of kiss that marks a beginning. It was the kind that sealed something already built, slowly, infinitely beautifully. Afterward, as the sun set and the garden glowed with a golden light, Noah and Max ran through the grass, shouting with joy. Julian watched them, his hand entwined with Amelia's, his chest filled with a peace he had never known in his old life of boardrooms and silence. He had once believed that success meant power, image, control. But standing there, barefoot in a garden, with the love of his life beside him and his children chasing butterflies in front of him, he finally understood what it truly meant. He was home. Completely. Finally. And this time, he wasn't going anywhere. This story's ending isn't just satisfying. It's quietly powerful. It doesn't rely on over-the-top redemption or fairy tale perfection, but celebrates the slow, human work of rebuilding. Julian's transformation isn't instant. It is earned, one step at a time, through presence, humility, and a willingness to face what he once ran from. That is what makes it meaningful. Amelia's strength is the emotional backbone of the story. She never needed to be saved. She needed respect, consistency, and truth. And in the end, she got all three, not because she forgave easily, but because she knew her worth. The love they rediscover isn't naive or idealized. It is mature, layered with pain and healing, and stronger for what they have survived. The final image, a family built on love, choice, and second chances, is not just beautiful. It is hopeful. It reminds us that broken things are not always lost. Sometimes they are just waiting to be rebuilt, brick by brick, with honesty. What lesson did you take away from this incredible story? Leave your reflection in the comments. Share the video. And don't forget to subscribe for more soul-touching content.
Hey there, lovely soul. Welcome back to Noah's Stories. Have you ever sent a message that wasn't meant to be read, but somehow it reached exactly the right person? Today's story is about a letter lost in delivery but found in destiny, a tale of healing, hope, and unexpected connection. Let's begin. The small apartment was silent, broken only by the soft ticking of the wall clock. Elise Morgan sat alone at her kitchen table, a blank sheet of paper in front of her, the pen untouched since dusk. Outside the window, the city exhaled beneath the veil of night, but inside Elise, a storm still raged. It had been 8 months since Chris left. 8 months since he told her she was no longer inspiring. 8 long months of wondering what the other woman had that she didn't. Elise had given up so much. Her dream of becoming a writer, her chance at a stable job, and countless late nights working extra hours at the high school library so that he could finish his architecture degree. And then he was gone. No warning, just an apology drenched in cliché and an echoing emptiness. Her therapist had once said, "Write to the one who hurt you, say everything, then burn it." Elise had scoffed at the idea, but tonight she was tired. Tired of tears, tired of carrying pain with nowhere to set it down. So she picked up the pen. "Dear Chris." The words flowed, crashing onto the page like a broken dam. Elise didn't cry, she just wrote, until her hand ached and her tears had run dry. When she was done, she slipped the letter into an envelope, unconsciously scrawling Chris' old address across the front, then tucked it into her bag. "I'll burn it tomorrow," she whispered. Just a letter, never meant to be sent. But it was about to reach someone else entirely, someone she had never met, yet someone who would change everything. 3 miles away, Adrian Wolfe stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling windows of his high-rise apartment. The city stretched out below, glimmering, pulsing with life, but to him, it all felt distant, unreal. Once hailed as a rising star in the startup world, Adrian had founded LearnSpace, an online education platform that exploded in popularity and valuation. But success had its price. 1 year ago, he collapsed during a board meeting. The doctors called it severe burnout paired with anxiety. Since then, Adrian had retreated from the world. No more meetings, no more keynotes, no more admiration from the tech crowd. Decisions still bore his name, but his assistant ran the show. That morning, when the doorman buzzed about mail, Adrian gave his usual response: "Leave it at the door." He said that to everyone now, employees, friends, even family. Among the stack of lifeless, machine-printed envelopes, one stood out, handwritten. It was addressed to Chris Grant, someone who used to live here before Adrian bought the place. He almost threw it away, but something in the shaky, emotional script made him pause. He opened it, then read it. Once, then again. This woman, Elise, hadn't meant to write to him, but every line felt like it had been written for him. "I feel like I'm disappearing." The words struck like a blade, because that was exactly how Adrian had felt for a very long time. Adrian had read Elise's letter 3 times before setting it down. It was private, far too personal for someone like him to have seen, but he couldn't look away. There was something raw and painfully honest in her words. No dramatics, no embellishments, just the truth of someone trying to keep going. He hadn't planned to respond, but that night he sat down at his desk, pulled out his long-forgotten, dust-covered stationery, and wrote, "To the woman who wrote to Chris." He explained that the letter had come to the wrong address, that he should have thrown it away, but he didn't. He read it, every word, and in it he saw himself. He didn't know her, and she knew nothing about him, and maybe that made it easier to say. "You are not invisible. I see you in the ache of your words, and sometimes that's enough to let hope in again." He didn't sign his name, just wrote, "A stranger." The next day, Elise found the handwritten envelope in her mailbox. Her heart skipped as she read it, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Someone had seen her pain, her rawest emotions. But then, something shifted. Embarrassment gave way to confusion, then a strange sort of comfort, and finally, hope. "This is insane," she muttered. But that night, after her younger brother Ryan, a freshman in college, had gone to bed, she sat at the kitchen table again. "Dear stranger," she wrote that the first letter was meant as therapy and never supposed to be sent. But his words, his kindness, had made her feel seen in a way she hadn't felt in years. And just like that, they began writing. No full names, no pictures, just letters, where they left behind the truest parts of themselves. 3 weeks had passed since the first letter. Elise and Adrian were still exchanging letters regularly. In each one they shared not just pain, but life's little details. The way sunlight fell across the hardwood floor each morning, the the familiar clinking of dishes at the corner cafe, or how Elise's younger brother Ryan organized his pencils by color to calm his nerves before exams. Gradually, Elise began to take shape in Adrian's mind, not through photographs but through words. He imagined her voice, soft, thoughtful, quietly strong. He didn't know what she looked like, but he knew how she saw the world. One Tuesday morning, Adrian left his apartment for the first time in weeks. He went to the high school Elise had mentioned in passing, the one where she worked as a library assistant. Not to meet her, just to see the world she had written about. He stood across the street, hands tucked in his coat pockets, heart pounding harder than it should have. The school didn't look like any office he had known. It was alive, grounded, and full of messy, honest energy. Through a window, he caught a glimpse of a woman with chestnut hair arranging books on a shelf. He didn't know for sure if it was her, but something inside whispered, maybe. He didn't stay long, just a few minutes, but that night he wrote, "Elise, today I went near where you work. Not to frighten you, just to understand a little more of your world. Maybe I saw you, maybe I didn't, but either way, I saw something clearly. I want to meet you, really meet you." Elise had read his letter several times that quiet evening. The final words, "I want to meet you, really meet you," echoed in her mind like a gentle invitation that couldn't be ignored. She had thought about this moment, imagining his voice, his smile, even his eyes, but part of her feared that meeting face to face would shatter everything they had carefully built through words. Still, she knew her answer would be yes. She replied, choosing a familiar spot, a small park across from the school library where she often ate lunch on sunny days. "Thursday, noon," she wrote. "If you come, I'll be on the bench near the fountain. If you don't, I'll understand." That Thursday, Elise arrived early. She wore a soft blue dress and had her hair tied back neatly. In her hands, she clutched a book. For courage, maybe. She sat on the bench, her heart pounding so loudly she could almost hear it. Across the park, Adrian stepped through the gate. He wore a simple white button-down and jeans, carrying a copy of The Little Prince, a signal they had agreed on in their letters. He didn't know what Elise looked like, but he hoped the book would guide her to him. When their eyes met, they both froze. No words at first. Then Elise rose, walking slowly toward him. "Adrian?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're Elise?" he said. They smiled, not perfectly, but with the quiet relief of two people who had finally found each other after a long journey made entirely of words. They sat down on the stone bench by the fountain, the very place where, just weeks ago, only written words had connected them. Now there was breeze, running water, and two people learning how to exist outside the safety of ink and paper. At first, the conversation was hesitant. Elise fidgeted with the small poetry book in her hands, something she'd brought like a charm to steady herself. Adrian occasionally glanced down at the Little Prince in his lap as if the pages might tell him what to say next. "I didn't expect to feel this nervous," Adrian admitted. Elise chuckled quietly. "Me neither. I thought we'd talk like in the letters, but it's harder somehow, in person." But slowly, the awkwardness began to fade. Elise invited Adrian to take a short walk through the nearby streets. She showed him a tiny sandwich shop she liked after work, then brought him to a sidewalk drink stand, where they sat on plastic stools, sharing iced lemon tea. Adrian was quietly amazed by the simplicity and pulse of the city he'd long kept distant. Elise spoke with calm warmth, and Adrian listened, sometimes smiling, sometimes just silent, letting her voice fill the space. As sunset bathed the sky in amber, they returned to the park. Before parting, Adrian turned to her. "Will we still write letters?" Elise nodded. "It's still the place where I feel most like myself." After that gentle first date, Adrian and Elise kept writing, but now there was something different in their letters, a new rhythm, subtle and deeper. They met occasionally, sometimes at the little drink stand, sometimes at the park, or just walking around Elise's neighborhood. Elise began to trust what she was feeling. She didn't call it love, not yet, but it was something real, something soft, something that made her smile just from seeing a new letter in her mailbox. Until one morning, she saw Adrian, not in person, but on the front page of the finance section in a newspaper left behind at the library. The photo showed him speaking at a major conference. Beneath the headline, "Adrian Wolf Returns. LearnSpace CEO Steps Back into the Spotlight." Elise froze. She read the article as if trying to disprove what she already knew. She had known Adrian was healing. She had known he had stepped away from his life, but never, not once, had he told her he was the founder of a billion-dollar tech company, that he was someone who made headlines. She had sat next to him on a park bench, shared the quiet fragments of her life, while he had kept the biggest truth about himself hidden. That night, Elise couldn't write by hand. Her fingers trembled too much. She typed, "Adrian, I don't know where to begin. I told you things I've never told anyone, my weakest parts, not for advice, not for pity, but because I believed there were no roles between us. But today I realized you never gave me the same chance. You spoke of loneliness, but never showed me who you truly are. You let me believe you were like me, also trying to piece yourself back together. But how can I trust anything when the biggest part of you was a secret? I don't know what we are, but right now, I can't keep going." Adrian sat in the quiet of his apartment, Elise's letter spread out in front of him. He had read it 3 times. Each time, it landed like a punch to the chest. There was no anger in her words, just pain, because she was right. He had held back the biggest part of who he was, not to deceive, but out of fear. Fear that if Elise knew his name, his world, everything between them would change, that their fragile, honest connection would crumble beneath the weight of his identity. But he had been wrong. She wasn't hurt by his success. She was hurt because he hadn't trusted her enough to be honest. That same day, Adrian sat at his desk and began to write. "Elise, you have every right to be angry, every right to be disappointed. I was wrong not to tell you the truth. I thought that by hiding it, I was protecting what we had, but I see now, I wasn't protecting you. I was shielding myself. When your first letter arrived, I was at rock bottom. I didn't know who I was anymore. I had no direction. And then you came into my life with words that were raw, and you didn't try to save me. You simply existed. And that was enough to make me want to return to the world. I don't expect forgiveness, not right away. But I'll be sitting on our bench in the park this Sunday at noon. If you don't come, I'll understand. But I'll wait, not because I deserve it, but because you deserve to see the truth of me." Elise read Adrian's letter 3 times. The final line, "Not because I deserve it, but because you deserve to see the truth of me," echoed in her mind like a quiet call she couldn't ignore. She was still hurt. Still angry at his silence, at the things he had kept hidden. But deep beneath that, she missed him, the letters, the quiet walks, the way he listened, as if everything she said mattered. She didn't sleep that night. Her thoughts churned, torn between walking away and giving him and herself a chance to begin again. Honestly this time. Sunday at noon, Elise went to the park. Adrian was already there, seated on their familiar bench. He stood as she approached, as if unsure she was real. She sat beside him, leaving a small space between them, not rejection, but cautious grace. "You came," he said softly. "I still have questions," she replied, "and feelings, and I'm not ready to give up." They talked for hours. Everything that had gone unspoken was finally laid bare. Hurt, fear, confusion, and the tender thread of something neither had dared to name. Elise cried, and for the first time, so did Adrian, not from guilt, but from the weight lifting off his shoulders. In the end, Elise said, "If we start again, it has to be without secrets." "I'm Adrian Wolf," he said, "not a CEO, not a headline, just a man who found his way back through your letters. And maybe," he thought silently, "a man who could finally use what he had to help in ways that mattered." One early winter afternoon, Ryan ran into the bookstore, his face glowing brighter than Elise had ever seen. In his hand was an envelope bearing the logo of the LearnSpace Foundation. Elise, I got the scholarship, full coverage. Tuition, dorm, books. Elise looked at her brother, joy flooding her chest, mixed with a flicker of curiosity. Quietly, she glanced over at Adrian, who was organizing a new shelf in the corner of the cafe. Did you know anything about this? She asked later that evening when the shop had closed and the two of them sat in their usual quiet corner. Adrian nodded without dodging. I nominated Ryan, not because of you, but because he deserves it. I simply opened a door. He walked through it on his own. Elise was quiet for a moment, then slowly nodded. She knew if this had happened months ago, she might have been angry. But not now, not when there were no secrets between them, only understanding. The Chapter 1 Books and Cafe officially opened on a bright January morning. Not crowded, not flashy, but full of warmth. Elise had chosen every book, every piece of background music, every cozy reading nook. Adrian didn't interfere. He had helped fund it, yes, but Elise insisted on paying him back gradually. This was her dream, and she needed to stand on her own feet. We're partners, she said, but this is my Chapter 1. Adrian smiled. I'm just honored to appear in its first page. Though they saw each other almost every day, in the shop, on walks, over simple dinners, they continued writing letters to each other. Not long ones, sometimes just a few lines, but each letter remained a thread, reminding them that their connection began with words, with honesty, and with time. One snowy evening, when the streets were quiet and golden lamplight flickered over the thin layer of snow, Adrian entered the cafe holding a small gift. For you, he said, handing her a dark leather notebook. Elise opened it. On the first page, in his handwriting, were the words, "For the next chapters, written in your hand, with someone by your side." She looked up, eyes glistening. Adrian slowly knelt on one knee, under the warm glow and faint scent of coffee in winter. "Elise Morgan," he said softly, voice trembling slightly, "the first time I saw your words, I didn't know they would change my life, but they did. You did. Your words saved me. Your heart led me back to myself. Will you let me stand beside you, chapter after chapter, moment after moment, not just in letters, but in life? Will you marry me?" Elise didn't respond with words. She smiled, eyes wet, and nodded. Yes. They embraced beneath the quiet hush of the season's first snow. Outside, the world went on, but inside, two once strangers began to write a shared life. From a mistaken letter to something beautifully, impossibly right. If this story touched your heart, even just a little, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more soul-stirring tales from Noah's stories. Have you ever connected deeply with someone through words alone? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to read them. Until next time, keep writing your story, one page at a time. Hey there, lovely soul. Welcome back to Noah's Stories. Today's story is about lost love, unexpected reunions, and the courage it takes to open old doors again. Let's begin. Early April in New York draped the city in a delicate veil of mist. Sunlight broke gently through the overcast sky, casting a golden sheen across the marble facade of the Hartley Empire Hotel, a towering symbol of luxury and power nestled in the heart of the bustling city. Lavender blooms lined the entrance, swaying softly in the morning breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance that mingled with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee drifting from the hotel's cozy lobby cafe. A yellow taxi pulled up to the curb. Claire Bennett stepped out, her stride brisk but poised. Her ivory office dress hugged her frame with effortless elegance, and her chestnut hair, tied high, fluttered against the nape of her neck. On her wrist, her watch read 8:45 IEM. Just 15 minutes left before what might be the most important meeting of her career. Claire, the creative director of a prestigious event agency based in Chicago, had been entrusted with orchestrating an international awards gala hosted right here at the Hartley Empire, a project filled with pressure and promise. She entered the grand lobby, where soft golden lighting bathed the polished granite floor in warmth. Somewhere in a hidden corner, a piano played gently, its notes floating through the space like a calm invitation. Claire approached the front desk, showed her ID, and was informed the meeting had been moved to the presidential suite on the 47th floor. Something felt off, but there was no time to hesitate. She took the access card, stepped into the elevator, unaware that the doors she had just entered would open not only to a suite, but to a chapter of her life she thought she had buried 3 years ago. The elevator hummed softly as it came to a stop on the 47th floor. When the doors opened, a dimly lit hallway stretched out before Claire, the deep crimson carpet muffling her footsteps. Abstract paintings in dark tones lined the walls like silent shadows. She clutched her iPad tighter, mentally reviewing the rundown, the timeline, the VIP list, her notes for the meeting. Ahead, a plaque gleamed in gold. Presidential Suite. She swiped the access card the receptionist had given her. The lock clicked. Claire pushed the door open and immediately froze. There was no boardroom table, no projection screen. This wasn't a meeting space. It looked more like a private apartment. Walnut floors, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Manhattan skyline, a black leather armchair beside an elegant desk. And seated there was a man. He was mid-conversation on a call, his deep voice sharp and authoritative. "I expect the financial analysis by Friday. That's the final deadline." Claire's heart stopped. That voice, that tone, unmistakable even after 3 years. When he turned and their eyes met, the silence became deafening. Liam Hartley. Sunlight framed his perfectly tailored navy suit, his jet black hair slicked back as always. His stormy blue eyes locked on hers, startled, unreadable. For a long second, neither moved. Liam stood abruptly, ending his call, gaze still fixed on her. "Claire, what are you doing here?" His voice held no edge, only surprise, raw and unguarded. Claire's throat tightened, but she forced the words out. "The front desk told me the meeting was moved here. They gave me this key." Liam exhaled, his brows knitting slightly. "They must have given you the wrong card." Claire stepped back instinctively, the iPad pressed to her chest. The space around her felt too quiet, too close. 3 years apart, and yet in one glance everything came rushing back with frightening clarity. The silence in the suite stretched thin, tense and fragile. Claire didn't move. She couldn't. Her gaze remained locked on the man standing just feet away, a man she hadn't seen in 3 years. She had imagined this moment 1,000 times, maybe bumping into him on the street, maybe a polite hello at a corporate event, but not like this. Not in a private room, just the two of them, and a sea of memories between them. It was Liam who finally broke the silence. "I didn't expect to see you like this." His voice was low, quiet, with a hint of something hesitant. Claire tightened her grip around the iPad. "Neither did I. I'm just here for work." He nodded slowly, stepping toward the window, where soft light washed over the edge of his suit jacket. He turned to face her again, calm, composed. "I'm the one who approves all third-party contracts at Hartley Empire. If Prestige Events is handling this gala, that means you and I will be working together." His words hit like a pinprick, small but precise. Claire forced a nod, her lips a firm line. "Then I suggest we keep it professional." From that moment on, everything shifted. Though the hotel was sprawling, Claire found Liam appearing more often than coincidence should allow. He was present during ballroom walkthroughs, lighting tests, even while she was adjusting the stage mic for the opening act. He didn't interrupt, never said much, just stood nearby, close enough for her to feel his presence, far enough that she couldn't confront it. One afternoon, needing a break, Claire stopped by the lobby cafe for a latte. She turned, cup in hand, and collided into someone. Hot coffee sloshed against a crisp white shirt. "Oh no, I'm so sorry," she gasped, stepping back in panic. Then she looked up. It was him. Liam glanced down at the spreading stain, then back up at her, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "If you wanted my attention," he said, voice slow and teasing, "there might have been a gentler way." Claire flushed, scrambling through her bag for tissues. "I didn't realize you were there." He raised an eyebrow. "You've always had sharp eyes, Claire. Funny that today you didn't see me." She wanted to roll her eyes or walk away, but her heart gave her away. Even now, even after everything, Liam Hardley had never truly left her. On the third afternoon at Hartley Empire, the New York sky darkened without warning. Clouds gathered like storm-tossed waves, thick and heavy with the promise of rain. Claire had just finished a final sound check in the Emerald Ballroom, the site of tomorrow's awards gala, when her phone buzzed with a message from her director. "Claire, backup power's down. Go to the tech office on the 47th floor to grab the emergency wiring layout. Urgent." She walked quickly toward the elevators. Outside, wind howled, spinning leaves in nervous spirals, a reflection of the unease growing in her chest. The elevator doors opened. Claire stepped in, not realizing someone was already inside. The doors closed. Seconds later, a harsh screech rang out, then bang. The cabin jerked violently and came to a complete stop. Everything went dark. Her breath caught. She turned on her phone's flashlight, the narrow beam slicing through the blackness, and landed on a familiar face in the corner. Liam, he stood, with one hand braced against the wall, his features illuminated faintly by the glow. "You again," he said with a quiet smile. "Seems fate really enjoys locking us in together." "This isn't funny," Claire snapped, but her voice trembled from fear. She pressed the emergency button. Nothing. Liam lowered himself to the floor and patted the space beside him. "Sit, panicking won't help." Claire hesitated, then sat across from him, careful to keep her distance. Silence enveloped them. Only the pounding rain above and the loud beat of her own heart broke the stillness. Finally, Claire whispered, her voice tight. "What do you want, Liam? Why are you always there, everywhere I turn?" He met her eyes. "Because you've been avoiding me, and I don't want that anymore." Claire's hands clenched. "We're done, Liam. We ended this." Liam tilted his head slightly. "Then why are you still wearing the necklace I gave you?" Her breath caught. Instinctively, her fingers touched the small sapphire pendant resting at her collarbone. She opened her mouth to deny it, but Liam continued, his voice low and honest. "After you left, I looked for you. I went back to the apartment, called your friends, but you disappeared. You didn't give me a chance to fix anything." Claire turned away. "You stayed silent when I needed you the most." Her gaze met his, sharp, tear gone. "You remember what your mother said that day, don't you?" She didn't wait for a response. The pain spilled out in trembling waves. "She called me a shadow in your house. 5 years of marriage and not a child. I became the unwanted one. And you just sat there, Liam. You said nothing. You didn't protect me." Liam lowered his head, the weight of guilt heavy in his silence. "I know, and I've hated myself for it every day since you left. I should have stood up for you, not just as your husband, but as the man who claimed to love you. I failed you, Claire." Claire wiped a tear from her cheek. "I didn't walk away because of your mother. I walked away because the man I loved chose silence over standing by my side." The elevator lights flickered back on. A soft whir followed as the cabin began moving again. As the doors opened, Claire stepped forward, but Liam reached out, gently taking her hand. "Claire," he said softly, eyes locked onto hers. "This time, I'm not letting you go, no matter what I have to face." After the elevator incident, Claire returned to her temporary office, but the room felt colder than usual. Liam's words still echoed in her ears. "I've regretted it every day since you walked away." She hadn't wanted to believe it, but his eyes, his voice, they no longer belonged to the distant man she once left behind. And what terrified her the most was realizing her heart had never truly let go. She took off the sapphire necklace, set it on the desk, then picked it up, set it down again, picked it up once more, then she put the string in her pocket and pushed away thoughts of him to continue her work. That afternoon, the Sapphire Ballroom buzzed with final preparations. Claire was double-checking the VIP seating layout when the doors swung open and everything seemed to pause. A woman walked in, tall, radiant, the kind of beauty that belonged on movie posters. Her honey blonde hair fell in soft waves, and her crimson dress lit up the room like fire. Claire recognized her instantly. Vanessa Blake, a renowned actress, and someone who had once graced magazine covers next to Liam. Vanessa made her way straight to him, wrapping her arms around his neck without hesitation and kissing his cheek with casual intimacy. "Liam, I've missed you. I didn't expect to find us back where we started." Claire froze. She couldn't decide what stung more, Liam's faint smile or the fact that he didn't step away. Trying to ignore the burn in her chest, she forced herself to focus. But later, during a short break, she overheard two staff members whisper behind her. They were engaged, weren't they? Wouldn't be surprised if they get back together. Look at them. She quietly exited the ballroom, heading to the executive floor to retrieve a contract from Liam's office. As she approached, faint voices drifted through the slightly ajar door. Vanessa's voice, smooth as velvet, carried out, "I've always believed you never stopped loving me." Claire froze, the contract folder trembling slightly in her hands. Before she could move, her favorite fountain pen slipped from her grasp and hit the floor with a metallic clink, echoing sharply through the quiet hallway. Inside, Liam's voice followed almost immediately. "Is someone out there?" Claire bent down, fingers tightening around the pen. She didn't answer. She turned and walked away, tears welling in her eyes. Whatever was or wasn't said behind that door no longer mattered. 3 years ago, he stayed silent when she needed him most. And today, even without words, that silence echoed all over again. She left the building with a broken heart. Since that day outside his office, Claire had disappeared from the Hartley empire. She worked remotely, replied to emails only when necessary, and ignored Liam's messages no matter how many came. She wasn't sure what hurt more, the disappointment or the fact that part of her still loved him. One quiet evening, Claire found herself at a small cafe in Brooklyn, their old spot, the place where they once shared a slice of lemon cake and endless silly dreams. The door opened. Liam walked in, drenched from the rain. His shirt clung to him, his eyes tired, but there was no arrogance, no composure, just a man who had lost something he couldn't live without. He walked straight to her, and without a word, he dropped to one knee before her chair. His eyes searched hers, broken and pleading. "Please," he whispered, voice raw, "give me one more chance, just one." Claire's heart clenched. Part of her wanted to fall into his arms. The other part, the wounded part, held her back. "I don't know if I can trust you again, Liam," she said softly, "but I need time." He nodded. "I'll wait, for as long as it takes." A week had passed. Claire stayed away, replying only when necessary. She spent nights convincing herself that professionalism mattered more than pain. But when her manager's message came that morning, a simple request for her signature, she knew she couldn't avoid it forever. She wasn't returning for Liam. She was returning for closure. Until this morning, a message from her manager arrived. "Claire, we need your signature for the final contract. The chairman requested you sign it in person at the suite." She entered the hotel with a heavy heart. Her first time back since the place reopened, an old wound inside her. The receptionist handed her a key card. "Please go up to the 47th floor to Claire's suite. The chairman is waiting." Claire froze. Claire's suite. The elevator opened. As she approached the familiar door, she saw the nameplate had changed. It no longer read Presidential Suite. Now it said Claire's Suite in soft gold cursive. She opened the door and stopped in her tracks. The once luxurious but cold space had been transformed. A vase of lavender stood on the table. Gentle piano music drifted from the corner speaker. On the wall hung a painting, a replica of the one she had painted for Liam years ago. This was no longer a place for meetings or tension. It had become something else, a room shaped by memory, a quiet, intimate space that made her chest tighten. Because someone had remembered every little detail that once belonged to her. And then, from behind her, a voice, deep, steady, and unmistakably familiar, broke the silence. "Hello, Claire." Claire turned. Liam stood by the door, no longer the commanding CEO, but simply a man, his eyes soft with a calm sincerity rarely seen. "I don't expect your forgiveness," he said, voice low and steady. "But I need you to know, you're not just part of my past. You're everything." She opened her mouth to speak, but Liam stepped forward and gently placed a velvet blue box in her hand. Inside was the old wedding ring, untouched, exactly as she had left it on their kitchen table 3 years ago. "I've kept it since the day you walked away. Not because I couldn't move on, but because I never wanted to." Claire stared at the ring, then at Liam. Time seemed to slow. Every memory, every scar, every word left unspoken gathered into this one fragile moment. "I can't promise I'll never mess up again," Liam continued, his eyes glinting with emotion, "but I promise you'll never face anything alone again." Claire's hand trembled slightly as she whispered, "I don't know if my heart is ready." Liam nodded. "I'll wait as long as it takes, as long as you're still here, still willing to let me try." She nodded slowly, eyes shimmering. There was no applause, no falling petals, just two people standing in a room that bore her name, beginning to rewrite a promise they once thought was lost. 5 years later, morning sunlight poured over the small garden of their suburban home. Claire sat on a wicker chair on the porch, cradling a warm cup of tea, her eyes following two little figures racing across the grass. Emma, their daughter with soft chestnut curls just like Claire's, was picking sprigs of lavender. Beside her, Ethan, with Liam's deep blue eyes and mischievous grin, laughed as he chased a fluttering white butterfly. Liam stepped onto the porch, wrapping his arms around Claire from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder the way he always did. "I used to think I'd never have this," he whispered. Claire smiled, fingers brushing the sapphire pendant still resting against her chest. "We lost each other and found our way back. It was worth it." Inside, the sound of children's laughter echoed. Outside, sunlight danced on the lavender vines, and in that quiet golden moment, Claire knew she wasn't running anymore. She had stayed, and this time, love had stayed with her. Love. It leaves, it returns, and sometimes it rewrites itself. If this story made you believe in second chances, give us a like, comment below, and subscribe to Noah's Stories, where hearts always find their way back. Hey there, lovely soul. Welcome back to Noah Stories today. Let me take you to the golden hills of Napa Valley, where a woman seeking peace and a man hiding from pain found something they never expected: each other. Summer sunlight poured over Napa Valley like honey spilling over green vines. The scent of damp soil, gentle wind, and ripening fruit drifted through the leaves, thick with memory and stillness. Hills of grapevines stretched to the horizon, dotted with old wooden houses that stood quietly, as if listening to the passage of time. Amid that golden stillness, a pickup truck came to a slow stop in front of a three-gabled farmhouse nestled between the vines. Clara Bennett stepped down with a suitcase in hand and hesitant eyes. She was 26, once an interior designer in San Francisco, but now, after a heartbreak that left her unmoored, she had come here, where her grandmother Margaret had lived and worked as the estate's housekeeper for over 20 years. Margaret welcomed her with open arms and a voice full of love. "Welcome to your new home, sweetheart." Clara looked up and took a deep breath. The scent of aged wood, new sunshine, and whispering grape leaves softened her chest. For the first time in months, she felt like she could finally breathe. From the second floor of the house, behind a wide window pane, Ethan Caldwell watched the unfamiliar girl. He wasn't someone who stared, but something in the way she stood, the way her eyes searched the horizon, made it impossible for him to look away. And so the story began, not loud, not sudden, but like a breeze, brushing softly against a heart long thought asleep. Ethan Caldwell was a name everyone in Napa Valley knew. He wasn't just the third-generation heir to Caldwell Vineyards, one of the region's oldest artisanal wineries. He was also a man who had become a ghost within his own land. 3 years ago, Ethan lost his wife and parents in a plane crash. Since then, he had withdrawn from the world, living alone in the wooden farmhouse tucked deep within the estate. People said he declined all interviews, events, and social invitations. Yet, every harvest season, he reappeared, quietly overseeing operations like a shadow rooted in the sun-soaked soil. Clara didn't know all this when she arrived, but she could sense it, the weight he carried, the silence that followed him like a second skin. At first, their encounters were brief and accidental. When she was cleaning the library and he entered suddenly in search of a book, he nodded, eyes never leaving the shelf, and disappeared like he had never been there. But slowly, these coincidences happened more often. When she watered flowers, he passed by, leaving behind a simple question: "Do you like lavender?" He spoke little, but his eyes said more than words ever could. There was something in his gaze that made Clara feel both seen and held at a distance. One morning, while arranging flowers in the dining room, she dropped a glass vase. Ethan, already at the doorway, moved swiftly and caught it. Their hands touched. In that fleeting moment, something passed through Clara. A feeling she didn't know how to name, only that her heart skipped. Ethan withdrew his hand almost immediately. "Careful, that's an antique," he said, not coldly but cautiously. Then he turned and walked away, leaving behind a quiet tremor Clara didn't dare label. From that day on, she began to hear his footsteps more clearly whenever he walked by. Or maybe, just maybe, she had begun to listen differently. The following days at the estate passed like an underground stream, quiet but always moving. Clara slowly settled into the rhythm of life. Misty mornings, the scent of firewood in the old kitchen, the distant hum of wine presses from the far barn. Ethan remained a quiet presence. He rarely spoke, but Clara began to notice small things no one else would. A handwritten note on a library folder. This page was folded, a cup of warm herbal tea left at her desk. A slow glance whenever they passed each other in the hallway. These details, too quiet to be declared, too exact to be coincidence. One late afternoon, Clara was caught in the vineyard when an unexpected rain rolled in. By the time she returned, drenched and shivering, she only had strength to change clothes and collapse into bed, chills dancing down her spine. The next morning, fever set in. She insisted she was fine, but Margaret didn't believe her. "Rest," she said firmly. "You don't need to prove anything." Clara drifted in and out of sleep. Around mid-morning, the light through the curtain shifted, and when she opened her eyes, Ethan was there. sitting in the wooden chair beside her bed, holding a damp cloth he gently pressed to her forehead. "Your grandmother's out," he said softly. "I brought your medicine." Clara hesitated, trying to sit up but wavered. Ethan steadied her, guiding her back gently. He adjusted her pillow, handed her a cup of ginger tea, and helped her sip. They said nothing, only the rustle of wind and the slow breathing of someone too tired and too surprised to speak. As Clara reached for the cup again, her hand brushed against his. Neither pulled away. 1 second, just one. But in the stillness, something crossed an invisible line. Their eyes met, close, too close. Clara's heart pounded. His did too. Ethan's gaze, usually shuttered, now softened, unguarded, unsure. He leaned in, slowly, cautiously. Then, just before anything could happen, he pulled away, stood too quickly. "You should rest more," he said, his voice low, clipped, almost shaky. He didn't wait for her reply. He walked out. Clara lay still, eyes fixed on the space he'd just left. She pressed her hand against her chest. Her heart was still racing. But this time, it wasn't the fever. That afternoon, Clara headed out to the vineyard to help prepare for the upcoming grape inspection. The sky was clear, sunlight soft, and the breeze carried the scent of early ripening fruit. Toward the back rows, she ran into Ryan, a new hire at the winery, young, warm-spirited, and eager to help. He showed her how to check clusters for optimal ripeness, and they shared a few laughs as he gently untangled a vine that had caught in her hair. Their laughter echoed just as Ethan turned into the vineyard path. He froze. His eyes locked onto the two figures ahead. The space between them was narrow, but to Ethan it felt vast and consuming. His jaw clenched as he watched Ryan lean in to brush a strand of vine from Clara's hair. A feeling rose in his chest. Strange, burning, uninvited, jealousy. Without a word, he strode forward. "Ryan," his voice was sharp, cold as steel. "I believe the fermentation room is still waiting on inspections." Ryan startled. "Yes, sir, I'm sure Ms. Bennett can manage on her own." Ethan's tone left no room for debate. Ryan glanced at Clara, offered a sheepish smile, and walked away. Clara turned to Ethan, startled. "Did I do something wrong?" He avoided her gaze. "I don't believe distracting employees is part of your duties." The words hit her like a slap. Her face paled. "We were just talking. He was helping me." "He seemed very eager to assist," Ethan replied flatly, his eyes void of warmth, as if forcing himself to wound. "You don't get to talk to me that way." Her voice trembled, but her stare was unwavering. "I don't know what you think this is, but I'm not here to be the target of your moods." She turned, walking away between the vines without once looking back. Ethan remained frozen, that crushing hollowness rising in his chest again. The one he thought he'd left behind. He had just pushed away the only light that had dared enter his darkness. That morning, Clara left the estate without a plan. She didn't need a reason, just space. A place without cold stares or words that cut too deep. She remembered Margaret once mentioning a small waterfall hidden deep within the woods behind the vineyard. Guided only by a simple hand-drawn map, Clara followed the narrow trail, her shoes muddy, a light scarf looped loosely around her neck. When she arrived, her breath caught. A gentle waterfall spilled like silk down a mossy wall, mist softening the air around it. Tall trees curved overhead into a natural arch, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, dancing on the surface of the clear pool below. It felt like a world untouched, set apart from anything that could hurt. She sat at the water's edge, slipped off her shoes, and dipped her feet into the cool stream. Wind played through her hair, carrying away the weight she hadn't known how to put down. Then, a sound behind her. Footsteps on dry leaves. She turned. "Ethan!" Both of them froze, surprised. Neither had expected this meeting. He wore a rolled-up shirt and held a worn leather notebook in one hand. Maybe he too had come here to breathe. "I wasn't following you," Ethan said softly, half teasing, half unsure. Clara offered a faint smile. "I know." He stepped closer. then sat on the rock beside her, leaving just enough space between them. The sound of the water filled the silence. "You come here often?" he asked. "First time," she replied, eyes on the ripples. "But it feels like I've needed this place for a long time." A moment passed before Ethan spoke again, voice low. "I'm sorry for what I said, for how I made you feel." Clara turned to him. Her eyes asked the question she couldn't say aloud. "Why do you pull me close, only to push me away?" He swallowed, gaze falling to his hands. "I'm not used to caring like this, caring. So much it scares me," she replied gently. "I never wanted to be something you had to fear." He looked at her, and for the first time there were no defenses, no hesitation, just the two of them, together, outside of time. He reached out, touched her cheek, unsure, then leaned in. Their first kiss didn't crash like thunder. It arrived like a long-held breath, finally exhaled. Soft at first, uncertain, but full of the kind of longing that only silence can grow, as if they'd waited forever to be that close. But minutes later, Ethan pulled back. Conflict flashed in his eyes. I need time." He stood, gave her one last glance, and walked into the trees, leaving Clara with a heart still trembling in her chest. After that day at the waterfall, Clara didn't see Ethan again. One day passed, then two. The farmhouse grew strangely quiet. No footsteps in the hallways, no chance encounters in the library. Clara waited, but Ethan never came. No message, no sign. She didn't know if he was avoiding her or simply done. Either way, the silence was enough to carve out a hollow space in her chest, and it was in that emptiness she realized staying would only deepen the hurt. That afternoon, as the sunlight softened over the vineyard, Clara packed her small canvas bag. She didn't need much, just a few clothes, her notebook, the scarf from San Francisco, and the lavender perfume Margaret had gifted her. "You're really leaving?" Margaret asked quietly, voice trembling. Clara nodded. "I've stayed long enough to know when I'm no longer needed." The older woman didn't argue. She only hugged her tightly. Clara stepped out of the gray wooden house, the place where something had once begun to bloom. She pulled her suitcase behind her along the pebbled path, wildflowers brushing against her ankles with every step. Each footfall echoed like a heartbeat unraveling. At that exact moment, a silver car turned into the estate's driveway. Ethan stepped out, wind catching the tousled strands around his forehead. He looked tired, but there was urgency in his eyes, as if he had been racing time to make it back. He had just returned from San Francisco, where he'd gone to seek counsel from his aunt, the only person who might understand the grief that had shaped him. He barely reached the front porch when Margaret emerged, her face stricken. "She's gone," she whispered, eyes glassy. Ethan froze. "She left through the back gate, not even 5 minutes ago," she added, placing a gentle hand on his arm. Without a word, Ethan turned and ran. His shoes hit the earth hard, echoing down the rows of vines and trees. Up ahead, Clara neared the small roadside bus stop. The bus hadn't arrived, but she wasn't sure she had the strength to turn back, even if someone called her name. And then, "Claire, don't go." His voice cracked, raw and hoarse, like it had clawed its way out of a chest that had forgotten how to speak. She froze, hand still gripping the suitcase handle. The evening sun cast a warm glow over her hair, and in that second, Ethan felt like she was already slipping into a world he no longer belonged to. He rushed forward, almost stumbling, yanking the suitcase from her hand. It rolled away, forgotten. "Please, don't leave this place. Not before I get to say it," he said breathlessly, eyes locked on hers. Clara didn't move, but her eyes brimmed with pain, the kind that warned him, one wrong word and she'd be gone forever. His hands trembled. He had never felt so fragile. 3 years ago, he began, each word feeling like it was being torn from him. "My wife died in a plane crash. She called me 5 minutes before takeoff. She said, 'I love you.' And I didn't say it back." He let out a bitter, broken laugh. "Since then, I've been a ghost, working, breathing, but not really living. I told myself if I didn't love again, I'd never have to lose again. Clara's tears fell, silent and endless. Then you came, Ethan said, stepping closer, and every day, you reminded me what warmth felt like, what life could be, and that terrified me. He reached for her hand, barely touching it, like she might shatter. I was scared that if I loved again and lost again, I wouldn't survive it this time. She choked on a sob. So you chose silence? I chose wrong, he whispered. His eyes held a desperate kind of fire, a hunger to hold, but also a fear of what it would cost. He cupped her face gently, his thumb catching a tear on her cheek. I love you, Clara. The words trembled in the air, fragile as breath. I love you so much, and for the first time in 3 years, I actually want to live again. She broke down. Then she launched into his arms, strong, desperate, like she'd waited her whole life for that embrace. Ethan held her tight, no more hiding, no more fear. Just two people, once shattered, finding each other before it was too late. Clara stayed. No grand declarations, no dramatic promises. The next morning, Clara was there, in the kitchen, barefoot and humming softly as she poured tea for Margaret. A beam of morning light caught her hair, and in that instant, Ethan knew she wasn't leaving anymore. Ethan walked in, his eyes found her, and suddenly, the world felt right again. From that moment on, their days flowed like a slow river, peaceful, tender, and deep. They didn't speak much about the past anymore. Every shared meal, every quiet walk through the vineyard, every gentle touch, those were the ways they healed each other. The pain didn't disappear, but it softened, dissolved into the quiet joy of being together. One golden evening, as the sun spilled honeyed light across the vines, Ethan asked her to close her eyes. He led her through the rows of ripening grapes until they reached a clearing, the very spot where their eyes had first met. Clara opened her eyes. Among the rustling leaves stood a small wooden table, lavender blooms resting beside 2 glasses of wine, and just below it, Ethan knelt down. He didn't need many words, just one question. Will you walk with me until the last harvest? She nodded, tears falling, not from sorrow, but from joy too full to hold. In that moment, Clara knew she wasn't saying yes to a man or a vineyard, but to the life that had waited quietly for her all along. That night, they became each other's. No rush, no performance, just 2 souls who had wandered far, now wrapped in each other's warmth, wanting to stay there forever. A month later, beneath the sun-drenched vines, they held a small wedding. Nothing extravagant, no stage, just friends, vineyard workers, Margaret, and laughter, soft glances, and heartfelt blessings. When Clara held Ethan's hand among the green rows of Napa Valley, she knew she'd found a place to call home. Not because of anything grand, but because he was there. And so, amid the golden vines of Napa Valley, they learned to love again. Not with fireworks, but with silence, trust, and time. If you've ever believed in second chances, in love that heals instead of hurts, leave comment love below and share this with someone who still believes too. And don't forget to like, share, and follow. Let's keep telling stories that warm the soul, one vineyard, one heartbeat at a time. The rain fell relentlessly over Chicago, casting a gray shadow over the bustling city streets. People rushed by with umbrellas in hand, their hurried pace indifferent to the young woman standing at the corner of Madison Avenue. Sarah Bennett, 23 years old, had grown used to blending into the background of the city's chaos. Her once vibrant dreams of becoming a professional painter, a life filled with color, creativity, and freedom, now felt like distant memories. They were buried under the heavy weight of unpaid bills and the endless worry that consumed her days. Sarah's father, George, a retired factory worker, had been her rock her entire life. But now, his failing health dominated their world. Diagnosed with a severe heart condition, George required constant medical attention that Sarah could barely afford. With hospital bills mounting and her part-time jobs offering little relief, Sarah turned to selling raffle tickets on the street, braving the rain and the cold each day. Clutching a small bundle of tickets in her trembling hands, she forced a smile at passing strangers. Her voice, weary but determined, called out, "Support a good cause! Help fund treatment for the sick!" But most people barely glanced her way. Sarah's resolve was admirable, but the cracks in her spirit were beginning to show. Every night she returned to their small, run-down apartment, exhausted and worried. Yet, she refused to give up, her love for her father fueling her determination. As the rain continued to fall, Sarah could only hope for a miracle, anything to ease the crushing weight of her reality. Little did she know, that miracle was just around the corner. Across town, Mark Evans adjusted his tie as he stepped out of his sleek black car. As the CEO of Evans Design Group, one of Chicago's most prestigious architecture firms, Mark exuded success. His meticulously styled suit and sharp demeanor matched the towering skyline his designs had helped shape. Yet, behind his composed exterior, Mark carried a loneliness he rarely acknowledged, a void left by years of burying himself in work after a personal tragedy. That afternoon, as he drove through the rain-soaked streets, his mind was preoccupied with a major project. But as he stopped at a red light, a figure caught his eye. A young woman, her hair damp from the rain, stood at the corner holding a bundle of raffle tickets. Mark watched as she approached pedestrians with a hopeful smile, only to be brushed aside or ignored entirely. Her determination struck a chord. Despite the rain and the cold, she stood firm, her eyes shining with an unyielding resolve. Without overthinking, Mark rolled down his car window just as she approached. "Raffle tickets?" he asked, his deep voice cutting through the hum of the city. Sarah hesitated, startled by his presence. "Yes, sir. To help fund medical treatment for my father," she replied, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and exhaustion. "How much for all of them?" Mark asked, his tone matter-of-fact. "All of them?" Sarah repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. Mark nodded, handing her a crisp $100 bill before she could protest. He took the tickets and offered a quick, "Good luck," before the light turned green. As his car disappeared into the distance, Sarah stood frozen, clutching the wet bundle of tickets as if afraid they might vanish. The rain mingled with the tears now streaming down her cheeks. For a moment, she felt overwhelmed by gratitude, confusion, and a tiny spark of hope. Who was this man, and why had he chosen to help her? Mark Evans couldn't forget the young woman he had seen at the traffic light. Her determination, despite the rain and cold, lingered in his mind long after he drove away. That evening, as he stared out at the glittering Chicago skyline from his penthouse, he found himself restless. Who was she? What had pushed her to stand on that corner selling raffle tickets? Mark rarely allowed himself to be distracted, but something about her was different. Picking up his phone, he called his assistant, Tom Anderson. "Tom," Mark began, his tone contemplative yet firm, "I need a favor. There's a woman I saw earlier today selling raffle tickets on Madison Avenue. I don't know her name, but I need to find her." Tom hesitated for a moment, surprised by the unusual request. "Do you have any more details, sir?" "She's young, mid-20s maybe, and was standing near the corner by the bus stop." "Look into it discreetly," Mark replied, his voice resolute. By the next morning, Tom had gathered enough information. "Sir, her name is Sarah Bennett. She's a college student taking care of her father, who has a severe heart condition. She sells raffle tickets to pay his medical bills. Mark felt a pang of something he couldn't quite identify. Compassion, admiration, perhaps both. Arrange an interview for her here at Evans Design Group. Make it for a real position, not charity, he instructed. Later that day, Sarah received a call from Tom. We'd like to invite you to interview for an administrative position at Evans Design Group, he said politely. Sarah's heart raced. Me? Are you sure? She asked, her voice wavering. I don't even have experience. There must be a mistake. Someone was impressed by your perseverance, Tom said, avoiding further details. On the day of the interview, Sarah entered the grand building, her nerves building with every step. When she was shown into the meeting room, her heart nearly stopped. Sitting at the head of the table was the man from the traffic light. You? She exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. Mark met her gaze evenly. Yes, I believe you deserve a chance. Sarah Bennett's first day at Evans Design Group felt surreal. She sat at a desk in the administrative office, surrounded by polished professionals in tailored suits. The modern, glass-walled space, bustling with activity, was a far cry from the cold street corners where she had spent her days selling raffle tickets. Mark Evans had offered her an entry-level administrative role, and although the tasks seemed simple, organizing schedules, managing documents, and assisting with daily office duties, Sarah took them seriously. She arrived early, stayed late, and learned everything she could. Despite her nerves, Sarah quickly gained the respect of her colleagues. Her diligence and genuine kindness stood out, and she worked tirelessly to prove herself. Yet, as focused as she was on her new responsibilities, Sarah couldn't ignore the quiet presence of Mark. Mark had always kept a professional distance from his staff, but with Sarah, he found himself breaking his own rules. He would stop by her desk to check on her progress, asking casual questions about her experience. These brief conversations often veered into more personal territory, her father's condition, her struggles, and her dreams. One evening, as the office emptied, Mark lingered, watching Sarah carefully organize the files on her desk. You work harder than most people here, he said, his voice low but warm. Sarah looked up, startled by his sudden comment. I have to, she replied simply. There's too much at stake. Her honesty struck him, and before he could stop himself, he said, I admire that. Not many people would fight as hard as you have. That moment marked a shift in their dynamic. Over time, their conversations deepened. Mark's voice softened as he shared his story. I lost my parents in a car accident when I was 16, he said, pausing to gather his thoughts. It was sudden, cruel, and left me feeling powerless. That's why I've spent my life trying to control everything, to ensure I'd never feel that helpless again. I guess that's why I notice you, Mark admitted one day. You remind me of what it feels like to fight against the odds. Sarah was moved by his vulnerability. She realized that beneath his composed exterior, Mark was a man who understood pain and loss just as deeply as she did. Their shared experiences created a connection neither of them could ignore. For weeks, Sarah Bennett settled into her role at Evans Design Group, growing more confident in her work and finding a rhythm in her new life. Her conversations with Mark Evans became a quiet source of encouragement, and she began to trust the connection forming between them. But the fragile bubble of security Sarah had built was about to burst. One morning as she walked into the office, Sarah felt the weight of eyes on her. Colleagues whispered in hushed tones and exchanged knowing glances as she passed. Confused, she checked her phone during her break and froze at the sight of a headline that made her stomach drop. Chicago's top architect and his mystery woman, Mark Evans' surprising connection to a raffle ticket seller. The article was relentless, exposing her humble background and her connection to Mark. It painted her as a desperate opportunist climbing the social ladder, using every stereotype imaginable. The accompanying photos, snapped without her knowledge, showed her and Mark in seemingly intimate moments, like a candid shot of them talking by her desk. Sarah's hands trembled as she read the cruel words. She felt stripped bare, her privacy violated, her integrity questioned. She barely made it through the rest of the day, dodging the stares of her coworkers and suppressing the tears threatening to spill. That evening, her phone buzzed. It was Mark. "Have you seen it?" he asked, his voice calm but tinged with anger. "Yes," Sarah whispered, her voice cracking. "How did this happen?" "I don't know yet, but I'll find out," Mark assured her. "We'll handle this, I promise." "Mark, this is too much," she said, her frustration spilling over. "I didn't ask for any of this. People judging me, calling me names. I don't belong in this world." "You belong where you choose to be," Mark replied firmly. "And if that's here, I'll do everything in my power to protect you." Despite his confidence, Sarah felt a growing sense of dread. The stares, the whispers, the intrusion. It was all too overwhelming. The following days were relentless. Paparazzi camped outside her apartment, journalists called incessantly, and the gossip among her colleagues intensified. Sarah began to question if she could endure the pressure. The line between her private life and the public spectacle blurred, and she wondered if her connection to Mark was worth the cost of losing herself. The days that followed were a blur for Sarah. The relentless media attention had taken its toll, and her father's health was rapidly declining. George's heart condition worsened, and despite Sarah's best efforts and the medical care he received, it became clear that his time was running out. One quiet morning, Sarah sat by her father's bedside in the dimly lit hospital room. The rhythmic beeping of the monitors was the only sound breaking the heavy silence. George opened his eyes, his gaze softening as he looked at his daughter. "Sarah," he whispered, his voice frail but affectionate. "You've been so strong. Your mother would be proud." Tears welled up in Sarah's eyes. "Dad, please don't talk like that. You're going to get better." He gave a gentle shake of his head. "We both know that's not true, and that's okay. I've made peace with it." He reached out, his hand trembling as he placed it over hers. "I need you to promise me something." "Anything," Sarah replied, her voice breaking. "Don't let the world harden you," he whispered, his hand trembling in hers. "You have something special, Sarah. Your heart. Keep that kindness alive, no matter how tough things get. Promise me. You'll let yourself be happy. Don't lose sight of that." Sarah nodded, unable to speak. She stayed with him as his breaths grew shallow, cherishing the final moments they had together. As dawn broke, George passed away peacefully, leaving Sarah enveloped in a profound sense of loss. The funeral was a modest affair. Sarah stood alone, the weight of solitude heavier than ever. As the last of the attendees offered their condolences and departed, she felt a familiar presence beside her. Mark approached quietly, his expression solemn. "I'm so sorry for your loss," he said softly. "I didn't expect to see you here," Sarah admitted, wiping away a stray tear. "I wanted to be here for you," Mark replied. "You shouldn't have to go through this alone." Unbeknownst to her, Mark had taken care of the funeral expenses and arrangements, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. His discreet support touched Sarah deeply. Over the following days, Mark continued to be a steady presence. He didn't press her to talk or make decisions. He was simply there, providing quiet comfort. One evening, as they sat together overlooking the city lights, Sarah broke the silence. "You've done so much for me," she began. "I don't know how to thank you." "You don't have to thank me," Mark said gently. "I care about you, Sarah, more than you might realize." She turned to face him, the vulnerability in her eyes met by the sincerity in his. "I've been so afraid," she confessed. "Afraid of the media, of what people think, of letting someone in. But losing my dad, it's made me see what's truly important." Mark reached out, taking her hand in his. "You don't have to be afraid anymore. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." In that moment, Sarah saw Mark not as the powerful CEO or the man shrouded in mystery, but as someone who genuinely understood her pain and wanted to share her burdens. The walls she'd built began to crumble, and she allowed herself to consider a future where she didn't have to stand alone. In the days following her father's funeral, Sarah returned to Evan's design group, carrying the weight of grief, but also a renewed sense of determination. The office, once an intimidating place, now felt like a sanctuary, somewhere she could focus and rebuild. Mark Evans, though careful to maintain professionalism, found ways to support Sarah without overstepping. He arranged flexible hours, ensured she wasn't overwhelmed, and occasionally left small notes of encouragement on her desk. It was his way of being there without pressuring her. One evening, as they walked out of the office together, Mark paused before they reached the building's exit. "Sarah," he began, his voice steady but filled with emotion, "there's something I need to say." She turned to face him, sensing the gravity of his words. "I know we come from different worlds," he admitted. "And I know this hasn't been easy. For either of us. But from the moment I saw you, I knew there was something extraordinary about you. Your strength, your resilience. It's inspired me in ways I can't explain." Sarah looked at him, her heart pounding. "Mark, I don't know if I belong in your world," she confessed. "It's overwhelming, and sometimes I feel like I'm drowning in everything that comes with it." "You don't have to belong to my world," Mark said, stepping closer. "We can create a new one, together. One where we face everything as equals, as partners. I care about you, Sarah. Not because I pity you, but because I admire you." For the first time, Sarah allowed herself to believe in the possibility of happiness. Sarah took a deep breath, the weight of the past months pressing down on her. "I'm scared," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But maybe it's time I let myself believe in something good. I want to try." Mark smiled, the tension in his face softening. "That's all I ask." As they walked out into the cool Chicago night, hand in hand, Sarah felt the weight of her past begin to lift. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in years, she felt hope. Hope for a future filled with strength, love, and new beginnings.